queen. Some may wonder why, but it's gone, everything you've done. But it's gone, everything you've done. But it's gone, love is but a pawn, yeah. But it's gone, everything you've done. You can't help but grin. How you lose this place to us. I won't let me win. You say you want your cut, yeah. Let it all crack and make it cry. You're confused, I love you. Some may wonder why, but it's gone, everything you've done. But I mean, serve your queen. Some may wonder why. But it's gone, everything you've done. But it's gone,
Oh boy. Hello. How's everybody doing? I am very late. Kind of predicted that one would happen though. How are you guys? Hyped for another lift. Yeah, that's right. Booter 9, huh? Booter 9. Oh, look at that.
Yeah. Hug. 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 Bring it in. As that gets ready for some support from
Nice.
I do want to also thank the support that we've been getting here during the stream too. Incognito, thank you for the support with their proposed launch date there. Robbie Bradley asking, any idea on why the engine bells have covers this time? Could it be because of what happened last lift and rollback delay and awesome StreamYard, which thank you for that. Any idea why we saw those little booties, you think, on the bottom?
Well, we touched on
Maybe we should, you should watch Gamecom. I can't watch it. I got Gamecast. Dost thou even hoist? Maybe we should watch this for a little while. Maybe we should watch them lift the booter. Seriously, I don't know, man. I got Gamecast. Whatever, man. I can't afford it. So you think this will be the last time before launch? I think so. Yeah. I'm going to say yes. Let's, you know what, guys? I've had a long day already. Let's, well, we should start designing those control surfaces, shouldn't we? How'd the do thing go? Good. The crater up here is okay. So, yeah, they were happy with that, and then they're like, oh, you know, you have another chipped tooth, right? And I do. And then they're like, oh, well, let's just root that one while you're here. And I'm like, yeah, just root that one while I'm here. Okay. So, I had another root canal. Another root canal done and filling. So, here. Derail slug, cough. They press 4 and click the tooth, yep. Yeah. That's how my day's been going. Yeah. I'm only now really realizing how, like, well, not only now. I mean, this is pretty much after the consequences of your action. Dude, like, I'm not saying this to be a dick. I'm not saying this to be a jerk. I know you probably heard it 1,000 times. Brush your friggin' teeth. Trust me on this one. If this stuff starts breaking, it gets expensive very quickly. Very quickly. Cost aside, broken teeth hurt a lot. It hurts. It hurts a lot. Yeah, it's not fun. Yeah, just take 30 seconds and brush your freaking teeth. Trust me on this one. You don't want this. That's not fun. I don't think anybody wants this. Yep. No good. You don't want FOD contamination in your mouth. That's bad. That's bad. No FOD up in here. Okay? Bad for you. Yeah. Yeah. Exploding teeth. Yep, yep. Chad, I plan on not brushing my teeth, but because of EJ, I will now. Do it. Trust me. Could check out the Cities 2 dev blog, just saying. Yeah. Grab Shark. The one up here that they had to take out, that wasn't an SN9. That was an SN11. It was bad. Still have the tooth, dude. I keep it in my medicine cabinet in my bathroom. I'm not even kidding. Not even kidding. So every time I open that up to get like deodorant and stuff, I see it there, and I'm like, okay, brush your teeth. Never really had any tooth pain, and I've got 2 broke teeth below the gum, and I left them and the gum healed over. Spleen, that's what happened up here with me. Yeah. Yeah. It's fine and it won't hurt for a little while, but if you bite wrong and it tears the gum, it could get infected, and that's what happened to me. That's what this cratered tooth up here was. Like, I cracked it, and then the gum started filling it in, and I didn't think anything of it, and then I got an infection. So, you know, that's good. That's good. It's fine. Damn, Duckman. Jeez. Yikes, dudes. Yeah. You don't want this, man. This isn't fun. It's not fun. It hurts a lot. I think I was telling the dentist, he's like, okay, we're gonna root canal you now, and I'm like, I think I'd rather be punched in the stomach, like full on gut punch. And he's like, yeah, that's understandable. Here's the Novocaine. And I'm like, simple solution, get them all ripped out and get falsies. Yeah. Yeah, Wolfie, I'm with you on that one. Anyway. Understandable. Have a painful day. Yeah, yeah, of course. He was like, understandable. Have a painful day. Here, time to root canal. I'm like, ah ha ha. All right. Anyway, enough of me complaining. So Booster 9 is moving around. What's going on here?
It's
just
almost sweet.
cursed. Oh wow, yeah.
Is this something that we're used to seeing here, or is it maybe just them kind of wiggling the wheels back and forth to line up?
I
They
like
might
to
be
think that it is probably because we're too zoomed in as well, then maybe the movements. That's it.
But if you compare it to the background, you can look at the tower, which is staying steady.
Well, I don't think the tower is gonna move at all.
Really, Duckman?
I
Jeez.
just mean for reference. I don't mean the tower's going to start moving now.
Yeah, it might just be the SPM team getting settled wherever they are.
Yeah, they're yelling at me on the back channel. The camera is not moving. I'm not saying that the camera is moving.
Is the top of that tank thermally shielded? How are they going to protect it from the rocket blast? That's what that cone is in there, Jim. It's a conic flame deflector. Guillemot looks like a bridge from the 1800s. It kind of does, doesn't it? I think it's wind doing that, dudes, to be honest with you.
Brings that whole new perspective of these are things you would not normally see anywhere else. Of that little wiggle of basically settling it down, letting it.
Though I do find it odd that they will have a big flat plate where the Raptors will fire. Yeah, Rocky Guy, I understand that. My guess, this is a guess, This is a Jack Ryan style guess here, is that gimbal test that they did with Falcon, or not Falcon 9, where they did what they did with Raptor, where they test fired the gimbal they test fired the engine with the thrust vector at full 15 degrees. That's my guess. My guess is that the three Raptors will be pointed out like that, and the flames will go out here somewhere. It's just a guess. Hey, what's up? What happened with the flagship yesterday? We have to do a little bit more tweaking on the big aerodynamic frame with it, Trinity. We're getting a tropical storm in southeast Texas right now. Yep. Bets on whether or not the slats get melted away. I don't think they will. I think it'll be fine. It's only going to be for a second. Vectors first for separation, and then after sep, light the centers. Interesting. Yeah, I thought it was the opposite of that too. I thought they were going to fire the vacuum first, and then fire the sea levels, the landing motors, these guys, and then fire the vacuum engines. But yeah, if it's vectors, that makes more sense. Elon said it was a landing burn gimbal test.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Marco. 6-month resub. Thank you. We'll find out soon enough. Yep. So, as always, it's coming from our buddies over at NSF. They're going to take this thing, they're going to lift it up with the tower, they're going to turn it, and they're going to put it down on that thing. You know, iced tea is underrated. Tea belongs in harbors. Tea belongs in harbors. Chat. How cold was the harbor? I don't know. Hold on. Let me check. I'll get you that answer. The Boston Tea Party was on December 16th, 1773. Okay. Iced tea is alright. I changed my mind. The Tea Party was on December 16th, so it was iced tea. Yeah. Yeah, iced tea is alright. I don't know why I find that so funny. I don't know why that's so funny. That's weird. Oh, it's pretty funny. Yeah, it's pretty funny. You know, it's funny blowing it in the playoffs after a record-breaking season. I don't think about your hockey team at all. That's because we're awful. Yeah. Yep. Your words, not mine. Congratulations. You just played yourself. Alright, so, do we want to get into making those control surfaces today, or maybe Satisfactory or something, dudes? I know I have it. I have us under KSP right now, but yeah, my bell got a little rung. You guys can see the ceiling out there. It's very nice. My bell got a little rung this morning. KSP or derail? Why would I listen to you? A daybreak might be a good idea. So we're going to cover Chandrayaan tomorrow? Chandrayaan landing is at like 7 in the morning. Factory of Hearts. Hearts of Iron. MSC is an after-hours game, dude. I have those rail diagram layouts. I had Foo Face finish it up for me, Aqualux. He basically came up with the same thing that you did. Dude, why do you always insist on playing Satisfactory when you're not at full efficiency? I don't know. Because I want to. Because it's easier to play. Yeah, but Elvis, I should have seen this coming. You know what? Screw it. No, I changed my mind. Let's roll. I'll get the booter lift stuff going on over here for NSF. I'll put that on the other monitor, and when it starts being lufted...
Here's a question from...
Hey, Sawyer! Oh, wait, he can't hear me. You'll be there at 6 a.m. 6 a.m.? Do you mean 9 a.m.? That was a bad joke, because time zones. So when's the NSF barbecue at your place? What? No, I mean 8 a.m. Yeah, that too. But you know the landing isn't going to be till like a little bit after. Oh boy. Oh boy. It's gonna take me a second to get going here, dudes. Dentist work in the evening. What? Getting up early for Israel's landing attempt. Yeah, Mega's posted right after that. Anyway, yeah, maybe. Good news that you're almost done with the feeding system in the battery, but that's the part where you're going to have to pay attention the most. Yeah, it's fine. I'll just play Kerbal. It's cool. I mean, your dentist works in the evening. Okay. That's good to know. Hi, Chief. Alright, let's roll. Alright, check this out, dudes. We actually made some pretty good progress here. Alright, Kiki. Get your portfolio done, dude. This will be here when you get back. Yeah, I know. Alright, so, if you didn't see what this thing can do, we made it do yesterday. It was pretty good. We still got some stuff that we have to figure out, but we'll start today with the test flight. Thanks, Jared. The tessellation methods are a thing of beauty. Yes, 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 yes. Thank you. Thanks, Ox. Yeah, dude, check this out. Dude, I cannot say this, like, here, pause music for a second. It doesn't look too far off for Ox from where you probably saw this thing, like, I don't know, a week ago. It doesn't look too far off, but I'm telling you, the changes that we made yesterday to the lower wings, the lower level of wings, and the changes I made to the thrust structure and everything, dude, this thing is, it doesn't look that different, but I'm telling you, it is very different. Very, very, very different. Check this out, dude. No wing sections up at the front to get it to fly. Nada. Nothing. Nathan. Nada. All right? Check this out. Here, we got to get the... hang on. Hang on a minute. What was the fix? I redesigned the geometry on the rear part of the wing right here, and I completely redesigned the underside wings. Take a look. See how much smoother that is down underneath here? Yeah, I redesigned it completely. Like, we made some gnarly progress on this thing. And the more we fly it, even though, like, my first thing was like, my first guess was like not to fly it a lot, build the whole thing out, and then do a flight test, but as we fly these kind of empty shell airframes, so to speak, so stuff that doesn't really have much in here, as we fly these things more and more, I'm really, really understanding how Kerbal does with like a complete tessellated wing. Because all the past designs that we've done with wing tessellation really haven't had the full wing tessellation thing going on here. But like some of it was. This is like entirely tessellated wing, the entire wing structure. So I'm actually learning a lot about how that all comes together. So here, let's fly. You worried about DMCA? Don't be.
Shawty, don't fear the bouncer. He doesn't care about your baggy sweats or your apple bottom. Come on, shawty, don't fear the bouncer. Shawty, hit the floor. Don't fear the bouncer. The next thing you
Don't fear the takedown.
shawty got
We gotta take off. No, it's just calculating it, Dread. Take a look. I want you to explore the space. Explore the space, baby! Nice, Woody. We're at 1,000 parts, Ox, right now. Oh, very good at that, man. All right. Meme song aside here for a second. One thing that I really haven't done is try to land this thing and actually do it. So I'm thinking before we go any further and do more flight tests, we should probably, try to do that. Hey, Battle. I miss the times where you could blast the 80s in the background. Me too, man. Me too. But we got this. This is good enough. was a long, long, long time ago. Alright, let's try to land this thing. AK-47s for everyone! You have given me shoes! I'm gonna try to land the thing, Tessa. Like, actually try to land it. The thing is, it's got the turning radius of a battleship. You have given me shoes! Yes, alright. Yeah. AK-47s for everyone. It's a different game, but I'm gonna quote it anyway. I'm ready to drop the hammer and lay down some indiscriminate justice. Ready to roll out. Proceeding. Oof, ducking, yeah. Oof. Dude, the tail end of this thing, just look at that, huh? Oh, baby. That is a looker out back. Kirov reporting. Good day, Commander. Shields up, weapons online. No, that's when it's going Mach 3. We tried that yesterday, Hellfish. Battle cruiser operation. Hailing frequencies open. People ran up on the Gamescom stage. I couldn't watch it. I got Gamecast. Shut up, man. I can't afford it. They're asking for GTA 6. No way. That's awesome. Thanks, Enzel. It doesn't make it just yet, dude, but we're getting there. I'm thinking we might want to try the whole landing thing. Has it been to space yet? Highest we got was 32 kilometers, Doom. So, no. We have to really dial in this thing's ascent profile. It is, hard to fly. Turns out when you're trying to fly, basically... I'm trying to come up with an analogy for how this thing's supposed to fly, but it's battleship. Yeah, battleship comes to mind. Maybe about as aerodynamic as that. When you try to brute force something, horizontal takeoff, horizontal landing, this freaking big up into space in KSP, it doesn't really like it. We really, really have to dial in our ascent. You know what, man? The more and more I learn about this thing, the more and more I really just want to meet North American and Rockwell's engineers from the 70s. Specifically, North American engineers from like 1960 to 1980. Whoever was like working at that company in the engineering and development facet of things, just. Oh. What would be your first question to them? Where do you come up with this stuff? Santa Toe's like, how, like, okay, so like, I get it that it's not like one entity in a company. Like, not everything is like SpaceX or whatever, right? Like with Elon being the chief designer, right? But North American and then later Rockwell produced some absolutely god-tier designs from 1960 to 1980. The Space Shuttle is one of them. The Space Shuttle. That's pretty good. The Apollo Command Service Module, that's not exactly a simple piece of equipment to make. The cocaine was way better back then. Bro, I don't even know if that, I mean, maybe XB70, XF108, like, which is like a mini XB70. This freaking thing, the Space Shuttle, the B1, the B1A and the B1B, like, you know, it's like, I get it, it's not Lockheed, but damn, these are some good designs. Is Rockwell related to Rockwell Collins? Kind of. You're a journalist, so it's kind of like, where do you even start? Yeah, yeah, exactly, right? Like, where do you start? Like, what was the inspiration for the XB70? That would probably be my first question. Like, how did you come up with using shock waves for basically making a trimaran aircraft? How the heck did you, where do you come up with this stuff? Is it purely like, oh, we need something that can go this fast? Or were you like, nah, this will work. I got this one, bros. Here, let me get another coffee. It's kind of crazy, actually, you know? Isn't Rockwell now Rockwell Automation? Well, Boeing and Rockwell merged in 1993, and they spun off parts of the company, or sold them. So I'm not 100% sure. But dude, somebody, like, we have the PDF and stuff, and we have pictures. Somebody actually, like, looked at this thing and said, yeah, we can make that. Yeah, we can make that. Yeah. No problem. How fast do you think modern aircraft are going? Oh, Katra, I don't know. I bet you we have hypersonics, but who knows? It's just freaking impressive, dude. Yeah, Joe, right? Really elfish. Alright, let's bring her around. Yeah, right, Acton? I'm just trying to think of what the flight deck on this thing looked like. It's basically the space shuttle.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Plus a B-52. A B-52 is the closest thing I can think of, because that's the only thing that I know of that has that amount of freaking engines on it, or close to. Hey, Caffeine. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, space shuttle plus B-52. Like, all right. Maybe, yeah, B-36. What was it? Yeah, B-36, dude. Can you imagine? The flight deck on this thing probably must have been nuts. 6 turning, 4 burning. Yeah, damn cost plus contracts. Yeah, Ansel. They're working on a blended wing, yeah. And 4 more on fire. Yep, yeah. Well, Jim, the same company that made this made the space shuttle, so I wouldn't be surprised if you know, they had plans for stuff like that, for fly-by-wire for this thing. Yeah, right, Fall? Is this bigger than the ISS? I don't know if Star Raker would have been bigger than the ISS in real life, but it would have definitely been close. I'm trying to see if we can land the thing, Chaos. Turning radius though, man. Turn the wet wings into wet workshops. It's only meant to turn one way, and that's up. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, Ansel, it definitely is, right? Nah, Caffeine, I'm good, man. I don't need to do that. Dude, the touchdown speed is gonna be insane. How long would a typical ascent from runway to space? Well, this thing would have flown to the equator first from KSC pop, so it would have taken a little bit of time. For like the actual ascent, I don't know, 10 minutes? Yeah, that was the plan. The plan was to build in geosync, so Star Raker would take off from the shuttle landing facility, go down to the equator, fly south over the like Cuba, Puerto Rico, Haiti, Dominican Republic, Virgin Islands, and then take a left and just geosync. Hey, Stuart. Yod X shall giveth to thee. How fast would this thing be in the atmosphere? Where in the atmosphere, lads? What is the stall speed on this thing? What, it was flying to the equator? 30,000 feet? Hi, have you ever landed it? No. That's what I'm trying to test out now. Maybe a quick save? Nah. I don't trust the game reloading a vehicle to speed limit. This is a tough plane to land, man. Oh, man. Alright, get the ground altimeter up. Come on. Oh, oh, jeez. You gotta land at such a high rate of speed, it's sketchy, man. Please, please. All right, we're down. Oh, gosh. Please, stop. Please. Slow down. Slow down. That runway end is coming up quick. Stop. I hate you. I hate you. Oh, Darius. Ah! No, pitch up, dude. You bleed off more air that way. It does, dude. It actually might need shoots, man. Oh, we brought it back. I don't have twin shuttle tails, dude. You need to put 2 in symmetry to get the speed break. Wow. Oh, man. Dude, this freaking thing, though. How much runway we got left? Okay. Alright, that's not bad. How do we get it over there? We might need to work on our mass balance a little bit. Yep. Yeah, no, it is. Maybe if we... reverse the Goliaths? I don't think that's a good idea. Alright. Okay. It's landable. That's what I wanted to see. I wanted to make sure it was landable. That's a good way to start. We need a super tug. We need something. Can you do it full of mass simulator? That we wouldn't be landing with like 30 tons of oxidizer on board Contra. That was not the most entertaining outcome. Shut up. Miak. Alright. Ready? Yeah, Tessa. Putting in more liquid fuel. I hadn't planned on it. Let's pick up right where we left off from last night, dude. Yeah, caffeine, maybe. Alright. Let's give it another stab with this. We'll basically get to the point where we were last night. Ready to go fast? I think drogues on this one, Laz, might not be the worst idea. Yeah. Alright, here we go. Boink. Ready? It was 15 to 12. Yeah, we gotta get up to 15,000 meters and then sand it. Let's climb. We could, Tessa. $60 tons, Jarvis, is what I'm aiming for this. That's awesome, dude. This is one of the cooler things we've made, guys. I'm not gonna lie to you. This thing is pretty freaking cool. And once we get that front piece figured out, which we're gonna do that today. You think eventually would you be able to make this in KSP2? I hope so, Kiggy. I thought you were lurking. Go work on your portfolio, fool. There's a cargo bay inside of here, Schmoog, and the nose does a super guppy. It actually extends out and then pivots off the side. I haven't built that feature into it yet, though. But there is a detachable piece right here, and I do have it. Hold on. Look. It is on robotics. See that? It's just strutted to all hell because there's no Kraken tech or anything to hold that thing in place. No. Of course not. Yeah, once we get the proper control surfaces in there, it's wicked. Yeah, Freak, you like that? Pretty good stuff, huh? I love this part. This part's my favorite. And then the underside we did yesterday, I did a detail pass on it. Look at how smooth that is. It's a smooth operator. Sorry. Yeah, okay, indeed. Yeah, handsome, right? Looking at the back of this thing is probably my favorite part because we get to stare at this all day. We gotta climb up to about 15. I'm not sure if the turbofans can get us up there, but we'll see. No, Tessa, just the headset. Looks good, Jacobs, doesn't it? It's scorned again, geek. I like Dream Theater Dominator, yeah. Yeah, Scorn sounds a lot. They're heavily inspired by AIC here. But it's all their own music, dude. The singer just happens to sound like Lane Staley. I don't know what to tell you. Alright, we gotta key in the whiplashes here. Yeah, Tessa. I mean, it's 5 now. We don't want to get them into runaway. We just need a little bit more power. A controller where I could basically control the mixture between whiplash thrust and Goliath thrust on like a convergent divergent cal, so we could set the flight mode pertaining to altitude might not be the worst idea. Like I said, this thing's gonna need some type of flight control system. We need an avionics package for it to get all this stuff to jive correctly. Because if it's something that I've seen, if you don't fly the ascent profile like pretty damn close to being right, it's not gonna work. Yeah, caffeine, that's right. Alright, we just gotta let it go up for a little bit. We're transonic. kind of in a holding pattern here. Oh, nice, Tessa. I'm thinking ascend on the whiplashes right out of the gates, Tessa. High climb, shoot it up as high as you can, and then bring it back down to dip in. I agree. The high speed ascent is better than this. We should try it again. All right, terminate the simulation. Hey, Honky Tonk, what's going on? Glad to see you're still at it. Thanks, man. How you doing? Been a while. That's strange, though, isn't it? I guess. Yep. Let's try it again. It has been a long while. Anybody else still hanging around from the Collins days? More people than you might think, dude. In fact, I've seen more of the CTS, the original CTS CP crew in the last, like, 2 or 3 months than I had in a long time. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Sorry.
This is unbecoming, social ambient. In darkness he approaches, afraid
I
of
still have your poster, Honky Tonk. It's in the wall. It's on the wall in my office. I try. We aim to please, Genesis. Yep. Hopefully we got 8 more. Hopefully we got 8 more in us, reindeer. I'll be here. I'm here for the duration. I've been coming to the same party for the last 10 years. And that is in no way sad. Pretty much, NHAC. It's the closest thing we ever got to that in real life, right? Alright, let's try the crazy ascent this time. We'll call this the Crazy Ivan ascent. I mean, Tessa, we could do that way if you wanted to. My desk smells of rich. Next flight, okay. The best thing about watching EJ is I keep getting older and he stays also getting older. Shut up. It's not bad, Sun Temple. We need to redo the control surfaces. The control surfaces at high altitude, they have a lot of deflection, so they end up acting like speed brakes. Miss the sunglasses, though. What do you want? Look at this thing. Yeah, reindeer. Dude, look at this. Look at this. We're 30 degrees positive and we're gunning it and we're accelerating. I love this thing. I'll tell you guys, we dialed in the control on this thing. You know, even with the crappy control surfaces like the aerofoil shaped, this is just a treat to fly. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's just a treat. It doesn't handle very well, but it's a treat to fly in the same way that like flying a 747 is a treat, right? Not that I've ever done that, but at least I would imagine that's how it is. Wait, why was EJ wearing sunglasses indoors? Because I felt like it, okay? Because I freaking felt like it, alright? Honky, you thought they were far away, didn't you? Didn't ya?
Shorty had them apple bottom jeans, clothes with their fur, whole club looked at her. Baggy sweater pants and Reeboks with the straps gave that big booty a smack. $1 million vibe bottle to go. Their birthday cakes, they stole the show. Next thing you know, Shirley got lost. Shirley got lost. Shirley got lost. She got lost. Shorty got
What? Next thing you know, Shorty got low. Shorty got low. Yeah, you weren't expecting that, were you? Now what? More music? More music? Let's go. Coffee. This is how you broke your tooth. It's okay. I got a filling. We're good. You prefer the beach bum bird? The beach bums? Beach bums? Beach bums? I'll take 2 of what you're having. Okay, Rick. It's just coffee. And the need. The need for speed. Drop tanks. TJ, exit the building promptly, please. We're throwing you out the airlock. Drop tanks? What about single stage to orbit? Do you not understand? Ants in the pants? Ants in the pants? No throwing out the airlock, then it's not an SSTO? Yeah, but TJ isn't fuel either. I was aiming for 15. But it doesn't want to go much higher than this dude. This will have to suffice. Come on, baby. Get the runway. Tessa, look at the climb rate. That climb rate, once we start accelerating, it will start going down. Well, it'll start going positive. Control services are holding me back again, dudes. We gotta dive. We're into the runway. modify it, Jasper. Canards would make this thing go slower, Kaiser, and that's the opposite of what I'm trying to do. Bringing the nose up. Slow. Hey, Travis. I have whiplashes and Goliaths. They're right on the screen. But we have 10 of each. Overheat. Okay, that's enough of that. We need to get to a higher altitude, so this song feels appropriate. I was trying to use ramjets, but I was too high. There ain't enough oxidizer up here because I'm too high. It's because we're too high, Miss Cully. Is this performing crappier than last night, or am I just too high up in the air?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Vin. We've been trying to read you about your car's extended warranty because I was... What? No, it was the same, Thea.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Why, man? Hey! Is that overheat a thing? Yeah. We gotta do that. Unfortunately. This ascent's no good either. Alright, screw this. That's weird, Hellfish.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
It's alright, physics. We understand the frustration, dude. I appreciate you saying that, though. Really do. He's saying get low, so let's go down there. I do not leak. You leak, navigator. How do you lose airspeed? Because it's big. I do not Chungus. You Chungus. There's rocket engines in the center, Joe. You don't see those 3 big rocket engines in the center? Hey, chillin'. You did not? Thanks. All good, man. What are those engines in the middle? Wolfhounds. We'll turn around. We gotta optimize the ascent, Cosmo. And we might need to figure out places to reduce drag, which I'm not sure really how to do that. Unless we want to go fairing tanks, like the X-33. Something weird happens with the VSOL, but that's the price we kind of pay for keeping it included. The engines don't make any drag because they're inside of a fairing.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Whiskey, 69 months. Thank you. Yes, yes. Yeah, that's the thing, man. Alright, let's turn it over here. Straighten it out. And we'll see where this goes. Just gotta wait for the Goliaths to cool off and then we'll punch it again. It's a monster, Joe, isn't it? Big plane. We're gonna level off as low as we can here. It's going alright, Joe. I'm pointed back towards KSC. I'm just waiting for the Goliaths to cool off, and then we'll send it again. Basically, last night we got this thing to, what was it, guys, like 1,300? But that was with rocket engines. Jet engines, we got it to 1,100 before. What's the issue you're running into? Just figuring out the right ascent profile, dude. Hey, Nordic. It's the first one, Nordic, I think. Here, I can change it. So is that the engine heat levels? Yep. My turbofans are overheating at supersonic speeds. That is something that happens in real life, guys. Yeah, turbofans don't like going that fast unless you have some type of intake on it to slow down the air for the fan to ingest. Yeah, they get really, really hot really, really fast, and then they blow up. About 375 chilling is where we start to get runaway thrust. 375 meters a second. Once again, we're just chilling down here. The Goliaths are sipping on fuel. I don't want to just yet, Aqualux. That's kind of a last resort. That's the nuclear option. Not really a fan of doing that unless we absolutely have to, so. You'd want overclocked Junos. How about this one? Nordic, what do you think of this song? Could you close the Goliath intakes at supersonic? That doesn't seem to make a difference, Chillin. These are inside of fairings. Still not doing anything. It still overheats. Very not PG-13. Well, why'd you gotta tell them that? Now I gotta change it. Radiators will just create more drag, Pacey. Just out of stage. It's missing 2 SRB. What do you guys not understand about single stage to orbit? Where are you getting confused there? It must be the stage part, because you keep suggesting to add a stage. I don't know how that could possibly get misconstrued, but right now the orbit part. Oh! Oh! How about canards instead? I will. Hey Jax, guess what? I timed out a viewer for being a jerk in chat. Ready? Psych! That's the wrong viewer! Oh! Sorry. Alright, I think we're good. Flip those whiplashes back online. And away we go! No. No. We need... Let's go back to Legions. That's a good song.
Well, this is unbecoming. Social ambient. In darkness he approaches, afraid of what's to come.
Stop climbing. You're a funny one. You're a funny one. Silly Scotsman. Tessa, I'm trying to trim the thing instead of having the SAS just deflect the entire control surface. I'm trying to trim it out, see if we can get it to work that way. Are we gonna Luna 25? No. Why would we? No. Shut up. Quiet you. It has a payload bay in it, Flaxos. I'm just, you know what? I'm just gonna let it do its thing. Screw it. Let's just see what it does. I don't know, Ando. We're trying to figure that one out right now. Screw it. No, that's not gonna work. You can get way up there, Joe. You just gotta get the ramjet to take. No, nothing is blocking the thrusters. I shut the Goliaths off Pythos because they're about to pop. They're already overclocked. Oh. Yeah, it felt like it was going slower. You know what? That's because it was. Oh, damn. Oh, that sucks. It's gonna go fast now. I was like, 95 up until this point, I was like, this thing is handling like poop. Why is it going so slow? Well, there's your reason. I had the cal set, it just didn't take. Damn it! It did up. This was in the SPH 95. It's not taking for some reason. Alright, shut her down. Shut her down. Let's bring her in for a landing again. Are we close to KSC? Yeah. Thanks, Noswell. Shut the ramjets off. Why am I so glitchy? What? Master, can you do me a favor and give me a little more? Oh, let me tell you about TPS reports. Frame rate. It's a lot of simulation, dude. There's a lot of parts flying around, like kind of like right in this area right here. There's a lot of parts, so the game goes slow. It's in slow motion basically because it can't take flying all these parts in real time, dude. Here, I can give you guys a good thing on the simulation. Ready? 0, 1, 2, 3, 33% simulation rate. You finished renovating 2 apartments today. You're so exhausted. That's a lot of work, dude. Sierra Romeo 01. Or no, Kerbin Tower. Sierra Romeo 01 requesting permission to land. It's not a linear, Tessa, I don't think the simulation rate is linear, particularly because of the aerodynamic effects, but more or less, yeah. Fizz warp 3 times to compensate. Joe, I don't want my computer to die. Like, I don't know how I could say that any better. I don't want my computer to explode. you know what I'm saying, man? My computer's not having, it's not having a good day with this. Like, here, hold on. Let me turn on cam. I didn't have it on right now. Should be fine at 2x. No, Tessa, that's not a good idea. The game misses simulation. The fidelity to simulation goes down when you fizz warp. You miss ticks. It'll make the thing fly worse. Guaranteed. Here, let's just go here for a second. Not bad. That's not bad for 1,000 parts. It's actually not doing too bad. KSP2 maxes out CPU2 for whatever reason. Does she spin? Of course she's spinning. It's a good trick. Yeah, Cosmo, it's actually not too bad. That's actually not bad. It's just, yeah, KSP doesn't like it. Haven't restarted the gaming rig for 3 days? Drummer. Two X clap clap clap, 2X clap clap clap. No. 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 No! No! Frick you, man! Frick you, man! No! No. Drummer, I haven't been doing that much. I've been keeping them on in the garage here. Yeah, I keep them on. The reason why I started keeping them on is so I could keep the tabs open for what I was doing, so I could keep up with everybody's links in chat. I understand there's a history option, and I can just go recover, like, bring the tabs back on. I understand that, but you need to understand that's adding an extra step. No, hey, you can't give me that. Oh, let's do it in the most efficient way, EJ. No, that's you. That's what you sound like. Not you, drummer. Not you, drummer. The rest of the chat. Tessa, maybe. That's you. That's what you sound like. No, it's inconsequential on my electric bill, which is already pretty ridiculous. Like, keeping the computers on doesn't make that much of a difference. You guys are so helpful. Wow, you guys must be geniuses. Look at you, Tessa. You must have an IQ of 160, come! Sorry, that was a moment. No, I know, Shaw. I know. I'm just too simple-minded to want to do that. Print out the links for later? Oh, Pacey, now that's a solution. Love the cool guy glasses. Erudite. I wore these aviator glasses every day on stream from 2012 to 2017. Every day. If you say no, Elwood and I will come here for breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day of the week. I remember it being uncomfortable seeing your eyes. Yes. Yes. How much for the women? The little girl. I want to buy your women. Sell them to me. Sell me your children. Where's KSC? Oh, there it is. Okay. I was wearing sunglasses before Kid Boga. By those, I was wearing sunglasses before him. I was wearing sunglasses before the doc. I was wearing sunglasses before everybody. I was doing that in 2012. I was doing that in 1982. I could have thrown a football over those mountains. Back in 1982. I was going places. I could have thrown a football over those mountains, man. How tall were those mountains? Must be at least 6,000 feet. Could have thrown a football over those mountains. Jack, can I have some of your tots? See? Drummer knows. Come on, Pythos, just give me some of your tots. You have pot roast? Can I have some of your pots roast? Come on over. No, I don't want any now. All right, let's do another landing test while we're going here. Corbin Tower. This is Sierra Romeo 01 Kilo Alpha requesting permission to land on runway 27. Pima, come on. Pima'd? Damn near Mima. Fresh pots? Where? Hopefully not a crash test. Pacey, what do I look like to you? Pacey, answer the question. Hopefully not a crash test. What do I look like to you? I'd pay to see that Pythos. That'd be pretty funny. You have faith? Alright, cool. I was gonna say, do I look like a bitch? Then why are you trying to play me like one? Yes, you did, Pacey. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. I'll take my time out. I get 30 seconds? Oh, fine. 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 That's 60. Shut up, punk! I am free! Is she supposed to be turning right? Actually, Eric, yeah. Yeah, the runway's over there. See it? Well, you can't really see it. It's hard to see. I really dig this Legion song. Can I listen to it again? I'm gonna listen to it again. You don't have a choice. Shut up. Of course. It's good for YouTube too, Drummer, which is why I like Scorned a lot. Not only do they sound very heavily influenced by Alice in Chains, but it's actually really good music and it's safe. This is my stream. I'll do what you like. No!
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Oh, God, not you. I mean, hi. Hi. Wearing the shades, feeling the flow. Happy place. Psycho. What's up, man? How you doing? Happy Tuesday. Oh, man, it's Tuesday, isn't it? It's Tuesday. Yeah, what's up, man? Happy Tuesday. How's Sandy doing, man? Everything good? We need an EJ Coggers emote. Can it be my face going? That's actually good. Oh, it's Tuesday, isn't it, bruv? Whatever. Alright, let's bring her in. Ad time? Ants in the pants? You got ants in the pants, chat! Right, I'm sorry, something about the sunglasses, man. Something about the sunglasses. It's like, hey, you got too many points? Alright. Have you watched Peaky Blinders? No. No, I haven't. No one cared who I was until I put on the sun. I mean, technically, that's kind of true, Pythos. No, your mom doesn't count as a viewer. Not your mom, but if you stream and your mom, that one viewer doesn't count, okay? It don't count. I know, Pythos, you've told me, okay? You don't, no, you. Oh, now you going and done it. Now you going and done it. Pythos, she's watching in spirit, damn it! Curvin Tower, this is Sierra Romeo 01 Kilo Alpha. I have the runway in sight. Does count. Don't take this away from me! For you, geek, it's okay. Gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We are currently making our final approach into the Kerbal Space Center. If you'll just return to your seats and put your tray and seat back in the upright and locked position, I'll have you on the ground here shortly. Currently, we have good skies, clear visibility around the Kerbin area. It's currently 78 degrees outside. Pretty fair skies. So, once again, I'll have you down on the ground here momentarily. In flight crew, prepare for arrival. Boom, boom! You are now free to get freaking back in your seat and shut up! Wait, what? Sorry, this is Yeet Air, okay? Yeet Air. Have you ever flown on VATSIM? No. I'm a pilot, can confirm. Yep. I've been blessed with these lesions. Sorry. Boom, boom. Ladies and gentlemen, you might be feeling a little bit of turbulence there. That's just the co-pilot currently messing with the flight stick. Yeah, if you could just stop doing that so we can make our approach in, that'd be great. Boom, boom. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the co-pilot speaking, and they're not the pilot's controls, and I can touch them if I want to. Boom. I blame the loopy behavior on not sleeping. Yeah. Yeah, we'll go with that. Sorry, Sirius. My bad, man. my bad. My bad. My bad. When we land the... Actually, technically, the tail number on this plane would be Sierra Romeo 03 Kilo Alpha. Star Raker version 3, Kerbin atmospheric. Actually, per my naming convention, for planes that fly around in my saves, their country of origin is KA, Kerbin Atmospheric. So technically, it'd be Kilo Alpha Sierra Romeo 03. So what's the range on this? Space. Makes me want to go into space. Excuse me. Go into space now. Actually, it doesn't really get to space right now, but don't tell them that. Petition to push the stick forward. No. Haven't seen this plane reach space yet. So far, it's just an airplane. Spank you, helpy helperton.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Oro, 52 months. Thank you for being helpful and resubscribing. Unlike TJ. Thanks for providing entertainment in my evening school engineering English class. Oh, it's called business English. I choose business ethics. Gotta go make a soft landing in bed while listening. Alright, okay. Chat's roasting me today. Well, they like doing that. It's okay. It's okay. I'm just gonna play the same song again now. Alright, we're too high. We gotta slow down.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Wisp. You're a jerk, streamer, man. Oh! It's fun and easy and hopefully educational? Hey. Sorry if our archive the archive discussion is annoying you. It's not annoying me at all. Why would it be annoying me? Blessed with these legions! Yeah, Clayton, it flies good. It flies okay. She's too fat. That's the problem. She's too fat. She's got a big, got a big rear end. I hope she doesn't hear me. Quick question. What angle are the shuttle engines at? Like static 95? I think it's like 12 degrees off the like center longitude axis. I mean, Clayton, she looks like a steakhouse, but she handles like a bistro. You know what I'm saying? 95, don't, if you're making a shuttle, all right, hold up, pause the music, it's getting real, it's getting real. No, if you're gonna make a shuttle, dude, and you're trying to be like, oh, well, EJ said the engines are at 12 degrees, that's the real shuttle, all right? Keep in mind propellant density, etc., right? You have to, in Kerbal, the mass of the parts, the mass fraction of parts, mass fraction of tanks, propellant density is all going to be different. If you or anyone else has any information, update, we still have no freaking idea where this guy is. No, if you're going to build a shuttle, it's not necessarily about, oh, my engines need to be angled at 12 degrees or else it's not going to work. No. What you need to do is get your shuttle in the external tank by themselves and put the amount of fuel in the external tank that you have when your boosters separate and line your engines up according to that. That's what you need to do. It should, if you did it right, if you placed your shuttle on the external tank and you balance the external tank correctly, it should get you about 12 degrees. Should. But everybody's shuttle's a little bit different. You know, somebody might mount the shuttle too far back or too far forward, in which case you're going to change the angle of the motors. Nice. Yeah, nicely. So just keep that in mind, dude. Like, send your shuttle with the engines at, like, I don't know, 10 degrees. And then just pause the game when your SRBs or your boosters or whatever separate. See how much fuel the tank has, and then go revert flight, go back into the VAB or SPH. Set your tank to that fuel amount, and then angle it so the three engine center of thrust is going right through the external tanks wherever your current center of mass is. That should more or less work. That is the quick and dirty way to do it. The shuttle is actually super complicated with how it drains fuel. I have something that I recently came across here. Give me one moment. Here. Take a peeksy-weeksy at this. Take a little peeksy-weeksy. Look. So, here's the thing. That is reading at 14.8 degrees right there. But if you notice, that's the nominal angle here. Do you see this shaded area? This shaded area is basically the space where the shuttle center of mass could move depending on one thing. Now, the shuttle, every time it went to launch, would have pretty much more or less the same amount of fuel with it. It does vary depending on where you're going, etc., etc. They would, load it with the amount of fuel that it needed, but more or less it's the same every time. Now, your fuel drain, the way the fuel drains is going to be pretty straightforward stuff. But the one thing that this all depends on is your payload mass. You guys ever notice that the shuttle, if you watch shuttle missions, it could be a Hubble servicing mission, it could be the Hubble launch, it could be the ISS launch. You know, shuttle flies the same way every time. The ascent, barring flight azimuth and, inclination and orbital insertion, right? Pretty much, whenever it goes pretty much straight up, turns, and then flies upside down into space. How can it do that with an extra 50,000 pounds inside of the payload bay? Well, that's what that is explaining. My buddy took a picture of this. You can see him you see the reflection. What about SRB performance? What about it, Katra? So 95. Here's the thing. Like I said, you have a nominal window, right? Now, if you have 20 tons of payload, the center of mass, as your boosters separate, obviously when your boosters separate, your center of mass is going to shift that way, right? But after the boosters separate, the center of mass should follow a linear line towards that point, that imaginary point right there. See that? The center of mass the COM, as the external tank drains fuel, should basically go this way. There's a really, really simple way of doing this. The really simple way of doing this is with your external tank, put some fuel tanks here, and then put some fuel tanks here. Have the tanks that are inside of your LOX tank drain downwards, and have the tanks inside of your hydrogen tank drain upwards. Have them drain up. That can help basically mimic your propellant density here, because the shuttle, with its external tank, dude, has LOX stored at a way higher density than hydrogen stored down here. Funny thing is that you have a proportional amount of liquid oxygen to hydrogen to get the engines to run right. Now, stoichiometric for LOX in LH2 is like 5 to 6 or 5 to 4 or something like that, but still, that's like a 1.1 fuel ratio or something. Does that tank look 1.1 times bigger than the LOX tank? Absolutely not. No. In your hydrogen tank, have it flow bottom to top, and then in the LOX tank, have it flow top to bottom, dude. That will get it so your center of mass basically stays pointed right at the intertank. on the external tank. Now, here's the thing, okay? Take a look. If you split this nominal window, right? You split this nominal window of 14.8 degrees. So you go 7.35 degrees. Look where that line is. That line points exactly at the inner tank. See what I'm talking about? That right there is why the shuttle can launch with 50,000 pounds of payload inside of the payload bay or nothing inside of the payload bay. And it'll make it into space every time. Dude, it is crazy trick. That is really, really smart. That's whoever thought of this is on another level. And the funny thing is that the same people that designed this drew up the plans for this. So see what I'm talking about, 95? The external tank basically the LOX tank and the hydrogen tank inside of the ET both drain. In real life, they both drain top to bottom, right? But that, because they have proportional amounts, the center of mass, if you could like isolate the external tank's center of mass through the ascent, it might shift downward just a little teeny weeny bit because the hydrogen is draining down, right? But so is the LOX. So the center of mass on the external tank when it's fully fueled and the center of mass of the tank when it's not fueled at all is actually very, very, very similar because of differential fuel density. Think about that for a second. That's actually, dude, how trick is that? That's really, really smart. And that's on the real space shuttle, on the real thing. How do you do that? Think about it. It's really next level thinking. This is thinking from the late 60s, right? That's when the shuttle's design kind of came into the fold. The external tank, the center of mass when it's full of fuel and the center of mass when it's not full of fuel is very, very similar. Is that cool or what? It's really smart. How did you calculate the landing speed of your SSTO? Or are you just feeling it out? Berth G, this is actually like the second time I'm trying to land, or third time that I'm trying to land. I'm just kind of feeling it out, trying to understand the flight characteristics. It's 95. It varies very slightly. Very slightly, but that's more depending on what your ascent is. Going to the ISS isn't going to Hubble. Two different things. So the delta V will change just a little bit, obviously, and you have differential payload mass, right? Hubble servicing missions basically carry nothing inside of the payload bay except a bunch of parts to fix Hubble or service Hubble, right? But something that's going to the ISS with a resupply has a lot more stuff in the payload bay, but it's going to a lower orbit. So it's not that different, but it is optimized for every mission, just very slightly. And Katra, the SRBs on the shuttle, believe it or not, have a pre-programmed thrust curve in them. The pre-programmed thrust curve isn't controlled by a computer or anything. It's not controlled by a computer. The pre-programmed thrust curve is coded logically, physically, how they pack the grain inside of the SRB. How the SRB fuel is cast, the shape that it's cast inside of the SRB controls the throttle on the SRB. The only thing about that is that you can't really shut it off, and it'll do the same thing every time. DV changes, but not because they change the fuel load, right? The fuel load does vary, Aqualux. Very, 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 very slight optimization. Trajectory optimizations for fuel. But more or less, it's the same thing every time. I used to say that it was the same thing every time, and then people got bent out of shape about it. It's optimized for the trajectory, but more or less it is the same. More or less. Anyway, I won't keep you waiting any longer. Let's get this thing done. I don't need an answer to it, but I just wanted to make sure you got my DM on Discord a few days ago. You did? Yeah, I did. Bertgie, yeah, I'm just feeling it out, dude. Wait, did you just Bert, did you just ask that question, or was that somebody else? Sorry, I was going a mile a minute there. I just want to make sure I'm not going crazy. I don't care. Oh, okay, cool. So, Bert, I'll give you a more detailed answer here in a moment. Not good. Not good. Alright, brought the nose up. Oh, it's all good, man. So, Birth G, there's it. I am guessing. I'm winging it. Oh, I know. But there's some tricks that I did with the SRB. Not with the SRB. Still thinking about the shuttle. There's some tricks I did with how I configured the engines on this vehicle. And it's really nothing that a regular plane wouldn't have. But, yeah, here, I'll explain in a moment. Retracting the front gear here will get the nose gear down onto the ground. Thanks, Van Soch. Appreciate it, man. You expected me to crash? Why? What the hell, man? Alright, seriously though, the runway's ending. We need this. It needs to just... Please? You expect me to talk? No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die. Alright, so Birth, there's a couple of things here. Let me show you. So, alright, cool. That test flight was alright, but we have some tweaking to do here. I gotta take these off when we're in editor mode. It's hard to see it. So there is some tweaking that we need to do. But Birth G, the changes that I made when I redid the wings, the lower wings yesterday. Come on, Kerbal. Yeah, Sebby, it was all right. Yo, Jimmy, what's good, man? Cheers. So, I was super worried about getting my center of lift lined up with my center of mass. But then I started thinking about stuff, okay? The space shuttle, for instance, we'll just keep talking, we'll talk about it again. The space shuttle has its center of lift lined up directly with its center of mass, more or less. They can trim it out with the body flap and the speed brake on the space shuttle, right? It's more or less right on top of each other. That's to make it nice and stable during re-entry. The shuttle doesn't, but it's pretty obvious that the shuttle does not re-enter and land like a regular airplane, right? Regular. It doesn't. It basically nosedives at the runway and then pulls up at the last second to land. Star Raker is not going to do that. So this was the kind of epiphany moment that I had pretty recently. So if you look where our center of mass is, more or less, right? And if you look where our center of lift is, that's obviously really bad, right? But if you look right there, when the plane is up here like this, right? The plane is pitched up at 5 degrees, and you can kind of use the SBH as a little wind tunnel here to look at the relationship here. I mean, you see that center of lift is way far away from our center of mass, right? That's kind of bad, actually, right? Nah, not the worst. a commercial airliner would have a center of lift, center of mass relationship kind of like this. Pretty close. So, how the heck do you land it? Won't you just want to nose into the ground? Yes. Well, yes, absolutely. But look where my engines are. Right here, those are a thrust limited 0. Look where the engines are. And look where my center of thrust is. If you look at the center of thrust, if we moved that center of thrust right here, that center of thrust is almost equidistant from my center of lift, give or take. So like if you draw a line between center of mass, center of lift, center of thrust, center of lift, it's almost equidistant. It's just going in a different direction. Okay? Right? Pretty straightforward. Therein lies the key in where you're going to kind of discern what type of speed this thing is going to land at. Now, normal commercial airliners have stuff like that. But commercial airliners have flaps, okay? They have flaps. When you put the flaps down, your wings end up generating a ton of lift, but your lift vector, like if you had a center of pressure, it's going like back up this way. Deploying flaps makes your plane want to nose down, right? So, how do planes land with the nose up? Engines. You notice how every airliner nowadays has the engines drooped underneath the wings, right? There's a good reason for that. So when the flaps are down, right, and your wings generate a ton of lift, but you need to throttle the engines to get the thing to fly straight. Now, my plane does that, but I don't have flaps. We don't have flaps. Why don't we have flaps? Because we have a delta wing. Flaps with a delta wing are not a good idea. Flaps with a delta wing will make you nose into the ground. And currently, with these control surfaces, that's kind of the problem that I'm having. I almost crashed on that approach just a second ago. I had to throttle the engines. I throttled the engines up to bring the nose up because throttling the engines
Discovery, go at throttle up.
will create a lever underneath the center of mass that will get the nose up in the air, right? It acts as a lever. Because I have no flaps, a delta wing, and the engines are underslung, that tells me that it's a very high touchdown speed. The 2 landings that I've done today, we touched down at around 100 meters a second, which is why this thing needs the entire freaking runway to stop. Droop engines, but no droop snoot. It's not a Concorde, man. Hey, the snoot droops. It droops, it just... It just does this. Does that count as a droop snoot? That's how you get cargo in it, by the way. Yeah, trying to figure out how to get that to work routinely is a problem we haven't solved yet. I'll get it, though. Does that make sense? So I knew that this thing was going to have a high rate of speed for the landing. I just kind of winged it, though, a little bit. That's the next guy's problem. Yeah, I'm the next guy, though. That's the... Anyway. All right. Learned a lot from this test. Thanks for the explanation. Sure, man. Yeah, I could tell that the reason why I winged it is because I knew it was going to be a relatively high speed. Because delta wing, COT, COL, COM alignment that's kind of similar to an airliner, right? It's kind of similar to an airliner, no flaps, delta wing. High rate of speed for landing, high touchdown speed, which makes sense. We've been touching down at about 100 meters a second. That's fast. That's really fast for KSP. It is because I'm trying to simplify it, Aqualex. Hey, Sean, 34-month resub. Heh, winged it. All right, cool. Why are we off? Oh. That's probably not good, mate. So, now what we need to do is we need to go back into the R11 revision file, and we need to go from there. So, control surfaces. We want to take a stab at those today. I just checked it, Tessa, but this is on flight test 3, so I don't know, man. No, I haven't, Builder. You punny, man. Alright, let's roll. So this is their current revision here that we were working on, R11. Alright, control surfaces. Off topic, but you just finished your Electron 3D print. Cool. Yeah, Builder, I haven't seen that new video. Haven't peeped it. Peeped. Here's the link if you want it. Okay. Yeah, give me a moment. Give me a moment. Thought, you know, that whole last surface of wing pieces. Well, Tessa, these wings are more or less flat at this point, dude. If anything, those flat wings back there are helping us. I pretty much took all the angle out of that thing, dude, considering it was like here to here before. Builder, let's check this out. So, I'll work on our control surfaces here in a second. What's Astra up to? Just out of sheer curiosity, let's see. Think their stock will ever go back up? No idea. Yes, this is metal. That's the CEO over there on the right, Chris Kemp. Cool. That is a big English wheel. That's a big press. Stir welder. Watch this thing. It's going to start spinning. Bzzz. Is it steel core or is that a aluminum? Yeah, that's the barrel jig. FOD inspection. Weld preparation. Yeah. She's wire wheeling the surface there to make the surface clean for welding. Boop! TIG. Yeah. It says TIG weld. So what she's doing there is she's adjusting the feed rate for the feeder rod that it's TIG welding. So what a TIG welder does is you have a tungsten tip on the welder, and what happens is you don't touch the tungsten tip to the metal that you're welding like you would with a MIG welder. You have the tungsten tip and you have your metal, and you arc the electricity through the tungsten tip to the metal, and you put the feed rod into that arc. You feed the feed rod into the arc. Now this tube right here is feeding the TIG, the flux core. It's feeding the flux core, and she's adjusting the rate that it's feeding the flux core at. To make sure that and that goes through the arc, and when it goes through the arc, it melts onto the metal. The idea here is that it's low heating application. Like you don't introduce a lot of heat. That's a nice TIG weld. Yeah, the idea is to use the feed as a submerged arc effect. Yep. Yeah, that's a TIG welder, so it's not flux XJ. What's the feed wire called? I forget what it's called, dude. I'm blanking on it completely. It's a filler wire? Yeah, maybe. Why am I filler? It's called filler rod? Yeah, there you go. Filler, feeder. Who's Phil? Anyway, neat. Alright. Anyway. Thanks for linking that, Builder. Alright, we're going to be in scene for a while, so I'll... That's also correct with the TIG welder blood, yeah. Okay. Alright. Control surfaces. Alright, let's start mapping out what we want our control surfaces to look like. Now, I'll be 100% honest with you. Having these big elevons out here for our roll control, that was actually pretty good. Pretty good the way that it was. I might just keep that. Now the real question is that pointed here? Not really. It's not really pointed there at all. Alright, so... See how the wing curves up? I've been thinking about this. The wing curving up is going to make this a lot harder to make a control surface that looks correct, guys. So... I'm thinking... Alright, I need a straight line, so give me the, let's just get an I-beam here. Make an I-beam chain. Probably should be segmented like an XB70. More or less, dude. Louisa, what I'm thinking is that this is going to be a lot easier if this thing is not curved. It's going to be a lot easier of a shape to get at. Which means that I should make the wing tessellation basically follow this line. If we take this thing and we set it right there, we should adjust this row of wings. This one, this row. We should adjust it to follow that line. The curve will help with stability. That's what I'm toying with right now. I just thought of something. This is a little bit of a different thing, but These tanks back here have liquid fuel and oxidizer. It'd be better to just fill them up with liquid fuel. Only liquid fuel. It would be easier to balance. That's what they wanted to do with the real thing. They didn't want oxidizer back here because it throws off the balance of the vehicle too much. Now, what I'm thinking here, scaled, we have about 60-ton payload capacity. This liquid fuel, Mark III liquid fuel fuselage, is about the length that we need, and it's 57 tons. I gotta do another revision to the flight structure back here, guys. Yeah, we have to do another one. Just the fuel tanks, though, not anything else. Fortunately, that all moves as one structure, so it's not that big of a deal. It's easier to put liquid fuel in the wings, though. Is it? You can't fill the wings with oxidizer. I'm not. Well, Court. The thing is that putting oxidizer back there could throw the alignment, throw our balance off. Whatever. I'll leave it for now. Let's work on the control surfaces. Mark III liquid fuel tanks can fit in here. Yeah, they can. Whatever. Let's, that's a problem for future EJ. Let's focus on this. I'm talking where the wings get thin. Oh, you guys want to put liquid fuel up here? Is future EJ a better problem solver? Well, hopefully future EJ has learned more. Ideally 415, so yes. Alright, I gotta make some modifications, guys. We have to change some things. I have to make sure that the back, the trailing edge here of the actual wing is completely straight. It has to be straight. So we have to adjust the tessellation just a smidge to the point where I don't think it's going to mess up the center of lift at all. It's really not going to make that big of a difference. If anything, making this flatter should help. Yeah. All right, well, let's save. Let's go. Let's go R12. Just in case. Alright, so Okay? I'm just making a slight modification to this wing. Getting these control surfaces straight will be easier for me to make my own control surface. Because, okay, think about it. The control surface needs to have a hinge that's perfectly straight. If I have a hinge that's curved, we'll go to move the control surface down and it'll bow. It won't work. The hinge has to be perfectly straight. And if the wings are perfectly straight, it's going to make the hinge easier to make perfectly straight. See, just the subtle thing of making that the tailing edge of this perfectly straight is really going to help us out. It'll make it way easier. And it doesn't have to be like exactly perfect, just straight enough. Like even just eyeballing it is good enough. And guys, here's what we'll do. I'll segment the wings. So, hang on. Let me just look at this thing real quick. What do the renders have? Yeah. Most of the edge right there, most of it is for pitch control, but some of it, it's elevons like the space shuttle. But believe it or not, what I found out is that Kerbal doesn't like elevons too much. Especially if you're using one for pitch and roll. You can't have it pitch and roll at the same time. Like, it doesn't really like that too much. So I want a very small roll control surface. Kerbal, I find Kerbal understands that a little bit better. So what we'll do is I'll set this last bit here to absolute. Set that one to absolute as well, and that basically gives us the wing line that we're looking for.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey Lego, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Now setting this to absolute should flatten it out perfectly. Setting that one to absolute should flatten that one out as well. And then doing the same thing on the outer edge surface here. And then taking that and snapping that one to absolute should line it up. Excellent. Okay. Top control surface is good. Alright, get rid of that just for now so I can see the whole thing. Excellent. Doing well. How comes use hop back to KSP 1? KSP 2 needs more time in the oven, dude.
Discovery,
That's all.
go at
Hey,
throttle.
Farhund, 56-month resub. Thanks, bud. Yeah, just needs more time. You'll make sense now? You'll be lurking? Alright, buddy. I'll be here. Okay. Wasn't perfectly aligned. Mark, what in tarnation is going on here? I'm working on control surfaces, but turns out when you have a plane that's this freaking big, yeah, you need to make your own. That's the challenge for today, making our own control surfaces. That's gonna be fun. How have you been, dude? Everything good? Are you aware of John B. Good enough? I'm aware of you shutting the heck up, though. No, I've never heard of that person before in my life. So you're making a biplane? No, not at all. It's a gigantic SSTO with a top wing edge and a bottom wing edge. The reason why is because I got to put fuel tanks in there. So, yeah, I made my own, making my own wings because I can. Because I'm good enough to do it, boy. You understand? Oh. I'll tell you what. Sometimes I just go down to the hardware store and I find just random pieces of equipment, and I walk up to it and I say, there's nothing like a good lawnmower. Oh. With enough power, anything can fly? How about 10 SR-71 engines? Think that'll do it? You think that'll do it? I think that'll do her. I tell you what. And then 3 shuttle engines in the center. So yeah, just when you have, like, the other thing is that when you get a plane this big, you kind of have to build everything out. Like, I'm building out I have to build my own airfoil. I have to build my own wing shape. Or else, yeah, this isn't going to work. So, that's what we're doing. Trying to make everything as flush as possible. Yeah. Every single angle on every single one of these wings makes a huge difference. That's what we've been finding from flight testing. I mean, that's pretty much the case for aero in real life from what I can understand. Every little bit makes a difference. Okay, that'll do it, dudes. Alright, just made some slight adjustments. How does it look without it? Oh, yeah. That one might need to be angled a little bit more, but... Sorry, work happened. What? Hogwarts, what are you talking about? Who Oh, John B. Good enough. Oh, I thought you were making an expression. Oh. I thought you were making a funny. Cool. Neat. Neato burrito. Do they have load wing stress testing in this game? Pull up when you're going fast down the runway. That's your load stress testing. Remember, flight testing doesn't cost anything, Mach. Milk was a bad choice. Okay. Let's take a look. Yep. So my pitch control surface is going to be gigantic. It's going to be right here. And then we'll go with our roll out there. Perfect. Cool. All right, we can get rid of the ruler. That took 2 seconds. Now, did that screw with our COL at all? I don't think so. Let's take a look. 5 degrees. 10 degrees. Nope, she's good. Sweet. It's gonna be a big surface. Chaos, that's for sure. I don't really like the seams that we're getting right there, but no one's gonna see that anyway. Okay, cool. Now, you're a big surface. Why would you say such hurtful things? So I need to go shopping around control surfaces here. Deflection is 25 degrees on the shuttle wing right there. Actuator speed 40 degrees a second. 40 degrees a second. Max deflection 25. Max deflection 25, 14. Okay. Max deflection 20. Actuator speed 30. Okay. 20, 30, 20, 30, 20, 30, 20, 30. What's this fat 455? Max deflection 15. Actuator 25. Okay. I wish we could key the actuator speed. That would be super useful. I wonder if you can. Just out of curiosity. I don't think you can. I'm pretty sure you can't. Let's see if it is a flaggable thing. Nope. Negative. Do you foresee any problems at Starbase with the hurricane coming in, specifically the bays that are big wind sails? No. No, they have reliefs in them, Katra, so you can, so they won't pressurize. Doesn't look bad. Not bad. Looks pretty good there. Okay, so how are we going to do this? We need a robotic part, and we need to find the right control surface that we're going to use. We've got to make Kraken Tech control surfaces here. Believe it or not, I'd like something with high deflection, decent actuator control. No, I need something that's gonna have more of a lever. We're gonna need to use one of these guys here. 0.86, but its deflection is only 15 degrees. So here's what we do. Well, that says 23 degrees. Ooh. Yeah. That might not be the worst idea. Now, these are not going to be my control surfaces. They're going to be my actuators. That's why I'm really trying to pay... Damn it. I didn't click on that. The game had input lag. Undo breaks the game, especially with a vehicle this complicated. Gotta reload. It's an SSDO mock. There's no slats. Slats in. Yeah, can't do slats. These wings have to work kind of synonymous in function with the shuttle. I like those, but they don't throw very far. I need something with a longer throw. We need something that basically a longer control surface. Yeah, these will have to work. Now these will do. This thing will do what I need it to do. The reason why I need something with a long throw, it's kind of hard to explain, but I'll get into it in a second here. Okay, that's the length of surface right there. That'll do it. Okay. Save this. That's the measurements. We just put that over there for now. Actually, the next thing I need to do is figure out where this thing's going to actually pivot. Alright, so give me a cubic octag here. There. That's the pivot point. we'll start with that and we'll see where it takes us. So when I need to bring this thing back in, reattach here. Yeah, that'll work. Maybe bring this one in just a smidge. There we go. So that gets us our end pivots. And what we should do is mark the center. Cool. Okay, there we go. Guessing you didn't bring the trailing edge back any. What? Oh, Hired, I'll do you one better here with what I have planned. Let me put the joystick down. You'll see what I'm doing here. What I'm thinking should do it. It should work. Should. No guarantees, but it should work. Alright, so now let's get another guide piece. Let's put our guide piece out on the edge here. These, once again, are just pieces that I'm using to make straight lines. This is going to show basically where the control surface needs to go and what it needs to look like. Doesn't leave a lot for a roll control surface.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
I might just have our roll control surfaces be regular control surfaces here. That might actually be the right move. That was working pretty well. The roll was pretty damn responsive when it was like this, so I'm gonna make a slight change here. Good. Liquid 2-month resub. Nice name, dude. Liquid Pooper. Alright. Alright, alright, alright. Alright, we'll leave that like that. Either way, the thing has to go till here. That's the shape that we're more or less looking for. Alright, get rid of this. Alright, there's our control surfaces. I couldn't imagine going number 3 for the rest of my life. That would hurt. Oh, number 3. Yeah, number 3, yeah. Yeah, that would suck. Wouldn't want to do that. No, drummer, I have not. So we need something that doesn't make a lot of drag, but we need something that... Yeah, okay. What's the power of this hinge? It's 200 kilonewtons. These ones are more powerful, right? That one's 800. But if I wanted to use that, we would need the hinge to do this, which means the part that's mounted to the plane would need to be tilted up to get us the deflection that we need. Don't want that. I recently rediscovered my love of Aphex Twin. Shame you can't play it on stream. Oh, cool. Neato. Neato burrito. Assume you're gonna cover the moon landing tomorrow morning. What time does the coverage start, Blueland? Because if you want me to do that, I gotta end the stream early today. I've been up since 6:30, 7 o'clock. If I'm gonna get up that early again, I gotta go to sleep. Because I did not get a lot of sleep last night. We flight tested till like almost midnight last night. Oh boy. Could you make it a two-part? One goes up and one goes down, then it would double as a speed brake. Let me think, Katra. Yes, I could. I could do that. It would be more parts. It would be more parts, and it absolutely. Yeah, I could do it. It would be more parts. It would be more physics-less parts, though. The amount of physically simulated parts would pretty much stay the same. I could do it, though, yeah. I don't see why not. Are detachable landing wheels still a no-go? Could be fun. I could do it, 415. It would be more parts, but I could do it. But I find that putting landing gear on any type of dockable system doesn't usually end well. Just a thought. My barber realized that his scissors weren't working, so he apologized. I said, well, sorry, he's not going to cut it.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
If you're looking for strength, how do the rotors stack up? Yeah, 415, it's easier to just weld the landing gear to the sides. I take, still, even now, this far into development, I'll still take the mass hit. The mass is inconsequential. YouTube says 7:50 a.m. with expected touchdown at 8:35. I'll see you tomorrow at 7:30 then. I ain't missing a lunar landing. I missed the Luna 25 landing. That's because so did they. Zing! I couldn't resist. Oh, neither could they. Oh, I did it again. Crap. Sorry. I'm gonna go make another coffee. I need more coffee. Nazalik, I'm great. How's things up north, buddy? Do you need coffee, though? Yeah, this... Jackass EJ comes out when I have not had enough sleep. Sassy EJ will say. Sass J. Sass. SAS. Why would I turn on the SAS? Do you intend to be in symmetry right now? No. These pieces are just guides. Chat. No, I'm not making the wing out of girders. That would screw our drag up, right? Alright, so I think I got a good grasp on what I want to do, unlike Luna 25. Oh, damn it! Oh! God! Just tell me if that gets not funny. I'll stop. Alright, anyway. Oh no, he did. Feels so bad, dude. Oh my god. Alright. At least Luna 25 made it to orbit. You're not wrong. Anyway. So, I think I got a good grasp of what I'm trying to do here. Now, Contra, you asked if I could do a split control surface. Yeah, we could. We could do a split control surface, but I kind of have to make sure that what I'm attempting to do is going to work. So, I'm just going to use a part here as an example. I want to make a control surface that is attached via a robotic. But I want our control surface to be not governed by the hydraulic. You can bind a cal controller to pitch and you can make the G32 hinge move when you pull back on the joystick or keyboard, right? I don't want to do that. You can't trim that out. That's very difficult to trim those surfaces right. So I got a better idea. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to have a hinge attached here that's not motorized. It's not motorized, right? My non-motorized hinge is going to be attached, and that's what's going to hold the control surface to the plane. But because you can't trim out a surface like that, and trim is vital for our ascent trajectory from what I've been able to find from our flight tests, I'm going to use same vessel collision here on the control surface and on the actual surface, and then hold everything together with a physics-less hybrid tech hinge. And we're going to do hybrid tech control surfaces. And because the elevon is what's going to be governing its movement, we can trim that control surface out. And we get much better control input response because wherever this moves, because of same vessel collision, the control surface will move too. This way, we won't get, when we tried to pull up with the other designs, what was happening here is that we had to deflect these control surfaces so ridiculously far down to get the thing to pitch up and pitch down. These things ended up turning into a damn speed brake and slowing me down, screwing my ascent completely. That's why, after the flight testing yesterday, I was like, I gotta build control surfaces. I gotta build out control surfaces. We have to build control surfaces. I can't have just a bunch of these elevon wings just sticking out. Now, a couple of things here. So, say the elevon, the elevon here, right? The elevon here goes down to 25 degrees. That's when that thing turns into a speed brake. But, you're exposing the most amount of surface area of the wing to it, so that's going to make the most amount of lift, right? But it only goes so far. If I say this I-beam right here is a wing, because it's twice as long, I won't need to deflect it nearly as much. You do not get nearly as much lift-induced drag by a control surface like this. You don't need to deflect down as much because it's going to be attached to a gigantic freaking wing. See what I'm talking about? The reason why I needed these back edges to be perfectly straight is because my wings are going to do this. Or the control surfaces basically do that. They'll basically do this. And because it's on a hinge, the hinge needs to be perfectly straight, or else you're going to get into some weird kinematic movement with a hinge that's curved like this, right? That's what we're going to try to do. And Katra, if you're still here, that's the reason why I wasn't exactly sure if we could do a split control surface with part of it going down and part of it going up. Might be able to do that if I have two of these things governing control here. Sure, why not? Shouldn't be an issue. But that makes our hinge more complicated. I need to make the upper and lower control surfaces work together or work separate. That means I need a retainer on the system. So the top control surface needs to be retained to this piece, and the bottom control surface needs to be retained to that. More complicated, more parts, albeit more physics-less parts. Physics-less parts don't really cause a lot of drag, which is why I don't really mind this. Doing that, I would actually, instead of like that, Mach 1G suggested slats. You can't really do slats with a vehicle that's designed to re-enter. Now, for the record though, Mach, if you're still here, I can make wing slats doing that. Cool part is, I could make wing slats that work like real wing slats. Wing slats are a passive aero element on the front of wings. When the airspeed on the front of the wing gets low enough, the slat deploys. And that basically, between the slat and the flaps, that makes the wing go from a shape like this to a shape like that. And the slat deploys and it makes the wing more curved. So you can land, basically. Allows you to go slower and still generate a lot of lift. I don't want to do slats on this design, but what we could do is brakes. I could put brakes in the wings, so I wouldn't necessarily do this here, but we could do stuff like this. I could make the wings do that, using the same idea. We could put brakes in the wings, top and bottom, and make reliefs in the wings, and basically use that as a gigantic speed brake. That's kind of resembling something like what the Boeing 2707 has. Or, would have had, I guess is the right way to say it. The 2707 is one of those, you're trying to do what type of projects? It was Boeing's response to the Concorde, subsidized by the U.S. government, believe it or not. The U.S. government tried to commercial crew supersonic transports to compete with Concorde. True story. It got canceled. Yep. Now, Boeing, that was their 2707 final design. Actually, really, really nice. See, Concorde is basically a narrow body. It's a narrow body passenger plane. And don't get me wrong, Concorde is pretty much in my top 5 commercial air, like jetliners of all time. I like the 747 more than Concorde because I've liked the 747 since I was like 5. I'm sorry, double decker. Concorde is in a very close second because you know what's better than moving a lot of people? Going really freaking fast. I like that too. I like that almost more. Now, with that being said, the reason why I mentioned that is because what Boeing was trying to do is make a 747 go supersonic. Not exactly. The 2707 was basically something that could move as much people as a 747 and go twice as fast as Concorde. This is like Star Raker tier, like, wait, what were you gonna do? You were trying to do what? It was supposed to go Mach 3 and carry 300 passengers. The Concorde carries half of that. Boeing said, all right, you're going to build a supersonic transporter? Fine. Mine's going to go double as fast, and it's going to hold double the amount of people. Because frick you. We can do what we want. And then they promptly didn't do it because building a supersonic transporter is really, really, really hard when you're making it that big. Yeah. Yeah. Well, not twice as fast. Mach 3 is where they wanted to go, which is booking for anything that flies through the air that's not a rocket. So, now, what does that have to do with those open wing surface things that I'm talking about? I don't see anything like this. That was the revised model. Boeing's first attempt at building the 2707 didn't have a Concorde-style delta wing, right? No. Take a look at that model of a 2707. What can you tell me about that one, chat? See anything interesting going on here? Yep, you saw it. Yeah. Let's make that one. I like that one. I made it a long time ago with Kraken Tech swing wings, Blueland. We could do it again. Maybe soon. It's literally Boeing wanted to do swing wings. They wanted to do a swing wing supersonic transporter. Now, check this out. See the vent right there? Those vents actually open up in subsonic mode to allow blow-by through the wing to get the thing to fly correctly at higher angles of attack. It's not necessarily used for a speed brake, but that's the same idea. And also, that would have been rad. That would have been awesome. I really wish they had gone on with that, but they ruled that out saying that would be way too complicated for a passenger liner. And then by the time the 70s rolled around, they had a mock-up of the plane. And then the 70s rolled around, and Boeing went to the U.S. government and said, do you really want this? And the U.S. government said, no. And then Boeing went to all their commercial airline customers and said, do you guys want this? And they were like, no. Not really. And they're like, okay. We're just going to go back to building subsonic planes. Bye. And that was the end of that. Yeah, quick thing on the 2707. It's Star Raker tier of insane. In a good way, though. Really, really good way. 2707s, man. That's not a 2707. That is... That's the NAC 60. Yeah. So the NAC 60 was North Americans. Well, no. Yeah, North American. Yeah. It was North Americans entry. This is by the engineers that actually did Star Raker. It is quite literally... Now, it says it's derived from a B-70 right there. It's more a B-1B with a passenger deck on it. Yeah. Look at the engines. Dead giveaway. They were like, have you seen the fuel prices? Yeah. Why would everybody want this? That and regulations against sonic booms kind of killed the program completely. That would have been very loud. NIMBYs, what are you gonna do? I'm just kidding. I know that sonic booms are loud. Now, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I wouldn't really mind having a sonic boom go off every hour on the hour. That would be pretty rad. I would enjoy every second of that. I'd be like, oh, there's one! I'm the kind of guy that if I see a plane fly over, I'm like, huh, what type of plane is that? Huh, type of plane? That's an HUB-107. It's called a Skippy. It goes skip, 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 skip. That's, if you get it, you get it. Anyway, yeah. So I wouldn't mind it, but I can very much see like how having a cannon go off every hour would probably not be preferable for most. Anyway, back to Star Raker. So we could do slats in the wings like that if we really wanted to. I don't really think we need to. We're going to, but also the real big thing is that I gotta prove that this works. I'm sure it'd get old like after a week. Nope. Not for me, Aqualex. I can say that with a pretty high degree of confidence. I grew up about 100 feet from a highway. Yeah. Like a big highway. Like I-90. I'm sure you know that road. Yeah. I grew up really not far from that. So I had highway noise, cars revving, trucks going by using the Jake brake pretty much all the time. I grew up with noise. So much so that now that I live in the woods, I need to make noise to go to sleep. I don't know, man. It's too quiet. That's my one thing about the woods. I love it because it's quiet, but it also freaks me out because it's quiet. Does that make sense? Did you come up with this idea with custom control surfaces? Yeah, we're gonna try to do it. To my knowledge, no one's ever done this, Cat. People are mostly dumb. They move next to an airport and then complain about the noise. Yeah, Willie, people do that with racetracks all the time, and it just... Yeah, as someone who lives near the approach for a major airport, the only thing that gets annoying is getting up to see what plane is flying overhead so often. Yeah, B-Soul, being south of Boston, like a good way south of Boston, I'm on the approach for Logan, for runway 4. 4 left and 4 right, so I'm on the approach for it. So yeah, most of the time we get big old planes flying over my house. I'm not upset. I'm not upset. In fact, there should be more of that. Anyway, let's get back to it. Now, guys, here's the thing. I'm not 100% sure that with the crazy part count of this vehicle and the fizz tick and the sim rate being so slow that it's going to understand what we're trying to do here. Let's hope Kerbal's collision system is good. Yeah, TJ, if you don't know Boston, the train tracks go right by the highway. So I had trains, trucks, guys on bikes who just for whatever reason really like to go fast for like 2 seconds. And then just... I'm like, okay. It's going fast. I understand. I'm not trying to hate on motorcycle people. But also, yeah. I need noise. I need white noise to go to sleep because I literally grew up in the city. What are you going to do? Anyway. We had the F1 race through my city and they canceled it because people complained about the noise. We're on the approach for Heathrow, so I get A380s and 777s at 3,000 feet all day long. You don't like that? Why are you here, Sirius? The other day, power went out in the middle of the night. The lack of noise woke you up. Yeah, secretly, I'm with you. Anyway. So, these surfaces here, what I'm doing here is basically just mapping out the shape that I need. That's it. Now, building this is going to be a little strange. So, the other thing that we got to think about is that most of the hinge and retaining mechanism here is going to be physicsless parts, so it's not going to be susceptible to aero. Physicsless parts have no aero simulation and no thermal simulation. That's why they're called physicsless. They do have mass, and they do have physical simulation. So what does that mean? If you hit the ground with a physicsless part, it will explode. If you re-enter with a physicsless part, it'll transfer whatever heat it's absorbing to the part next to it, and that part will explode. Same with aerodynamics. So they're not actually simulated parts. Right? Kerbal does this to optimize the simulation. So you could have a vessel with 1,000 physicsless parts, and then another vessel with 1,000 regular parts, and your sim rate would be different. It would be better with the physicsless parts. Fun fact. So, making the hinge and retaining mechanism out of physicsless parts doesn't seem like the worst idea. But I gotta make sure that it can survive the aero. It's gonna be holding a wing in place, and that wing is going to be susceptible to aerodynamics. If our control surfaces weren't, we wouldn't get very far, now would we? So, this is a balancing act. I have to figure out some type of solution here that's going to hold these things in place, but also I need them to pivot. If they don't pivot, we're not gonna have a lot of fun here. Now, the robotic part needs to be attached. So because the robotic part is not going to be used for structure, it's just going to be used to govern movement. A small piece should be okay. That should be fine. And this is our marker piece here. So we could use a small servo like that. That's not a big deal. Here, let me go in here and make this fairing. Want to make it so we're not dealing with the mouse over fairings here all the time. So now we gotta figure out the wing. So let's just start playing with wing surfaces. So what wing surface do we have here that is the most like this angle? I'm gonna go ahead and try to use the strake here. I think the strake is the angle that we're more or less looking for. Ooh, not exactly. Close. Okay. Alright, so what we'll do now is I'll try to fill out the rest of this with parts that I think are going to fit. Alright, let's try this. Now that, oh yeah, baby. That's actually pretty good. Hey there! Hey there, strong man! I think it's looking pretty good! That's actually almost exactly what we need. Good. So, here. What I'll do is I'll snap this to absolute here for a second, and then we'll get our spacing right. And if I space these on the absolute axis like this, then we take that. If you were to enter a vessel made of completely physicsless parts, which ones explode first? You can't have a physicsless part as a root part, Katra, so your root part would explode first. Yeah, sorry, should have clarified that. Good question, though. Yep. That's pretty much the exact length that we need for the top part of our control surface. Excellent. Alright. Now, we just got to fill in the rest of this thing. But we also have to take into account that the edge needs to be like this. It needs to come to a point. Was the shuttle body flap a last-minute design to help it nose up? No. The body flap helps it nose down, TJ. No, it was not. That was incorporated into the design from the start. Oh, yeah. It also protects the engines during re-entry. That's what I mean, man. Nothing on that space shuttle was put there after the fact except for, like, maybe the parachute. Like, most of the big features of the shuttle were there from the start. Yeah, the body flap back there, deploying it upright will get you a little bit of nose up, like where it is right there. The body flap's actually up a little bit. It could go up just a smidge, right? It could probably deflect up here, but it could deflect down there. The reason why they have the body flap there is to be able to get the nose of the shuttle down. The shuttle has notoriously high positive pitch moment at high angles of attack. What does that mean in plain English? Basically, you have to nose the shuttle up to get it to land. That's the only time you can get the shuttle to actually fly level, and it's only for a second. And for that split second where it's flying level, you need to land it on the runway. The thing is, when you nose that shuttle up, because the bottom of it is one big flat shape, it's not flat, it's heat shield shaped, fun fact. It's actually conic. The belly of the shuttle is actually fatter than the wings. The wings are actually tilted up a little bit, but I digress. You expose all of this surface to oncoming laminar flow. That generates an insane amount of lift, and it moves the center of pressure forward and makes the shuttle want to do this. The body flap is there to take all that air that's hitting and compressing underneath the shuttle and deflect it downwards and make a ton of drag off the lower rear end of the shuttle to get the nose to come down. Yeah, it's for trimming out in case you have differential payload mass, right? Shuttle isn't going to fly too well if you have an extra 10 tons of whatever sitting up front. Now, most of the time when the shuttle would take off and land, you're coming down with payload, it would only come down over here. But the shuttle also had that the docking system and the airlock for the ISS missions. Surely that's more mass than was originally anticipated because the shuttle can fly with or without the docking port. It doesn't necessarily need to have it. If you're going to a space station, you probably want that, right? But it's configurable. Because it's configurable, the whole thing is configurable. Putting that up there will shift the center of mass forward, so you got to trim it out with the speed brake and the body flap. Yep. And the speed brake is also there to protect the nozzles on the engines. It deflects the plasma out and away from the engines to make sure that those don't get roasted from the outside. So it's more or less a ground effect vehicle than an aircraft. I wouldn't call it that, Victory. What I would say is that the shuttle absolutely needs the ground effect to land correctly, or else it won't. Does that make sense? The Ohms pods look like marshmallows. That is verboten marshmallows. I would not want to eat that. Anyway. The shuttle needs a ground effect to be able to land correctly. It will not land very well without it. It'll slam into the ground. Once again, it's only designed to zero out its climb rate at a certain angle of attack, at a certain speed, at, well, close to the ground. That's the only time the shuttle can actually fly straight. If you tried to nose up and get the shuttle to fly straight like this, it'll eventually just stall and literally fall out of the sky. And it won't take very long for that to happen. The shuttle, it looks big and bulky and not very aerodynamic. Two reasons. One, it's not aerodynamic. It's plasma dynamic. All right? It's not called that. It's designed to fly at Mach 25, not Mach 5. Not Mach 3, not Mach 2, not Mach 1. It's designed to fly good while it's on fire. Does that make sense? Second part of that, it's a re-entry vehicle. Reentry vehicles are supposed to not be aerodynamic by design. They're supposed to slow you down. The idea of a reentry vehicle is that it slows you down before you hit the ground. So the shuttle is it's not very aerodynamic on purpose. The whole thing is shaped, it's about as aerodynamic as a steam engine. And flies about as good as one too. But yeah, everything on that design is there to basically be slowing down right up until the point where you hit the runway. Yep. And slamming your multi-billion-dollar spacecraft into the ground is generally ill-advised. Especially if it's the moon. Oh, I did it again. Crap. We need to come up. I need to make a tessellated shape to make the wings converge at the right point. If you look right here, see this wing and that wing? That's the shape that the control surface needs to be. What did I make you do? That make fun of Luna 25 again. Did you finish the wing leading edge? I have not. I'm working on the control surfaces, RJ. The wing leading edge is actually not going to take me very long. It's just flags. I just need to copy a bunch of flags and make flags that go all the way to here. All the way up to there. And then I actually, up on the front wing leading edge, I need to make some adjustments right here. See this like dimple, I guess, in the wing right there? Game doesn't like that at high speed. That's one of the reasons why we're not able to get going fast enough. These wings that are kind of angled down and in, no. It needs to be flatter. Except on the edges. But yeah, that little kind of dent that I put in the tessellation right here is no good. Simultaneously on the bottom, that dent right there, also not good. That one right there. I thought the underside needed work too. RJ, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those parts that you just saw highlighted from those 6 part selections, I redid yesterday. I redid the entire underside of this thing yesterday. Flies a lot better. We got this thing up over 1,000 meters a second without rockets. Problem is that that's not good enough. It's close, not good enough. It still makes too much drag. But I found that a lot of the drag is coming from the control surfaces. Control surfaces, when they're fully deployed like this, make a ton of drag. And I can reduce drag by making my own control surfaces, or at least trying to. That's what I'm trying to do now. Problem is that these control surfaces need to be tessellated. They need to be tessellated to get the shape right, or else it's not going to work very well. I'm trying to think about how I'm going to do that. Now, obviously, I can't just keep going with this triangle design. We have to take that same triangle design and make it go left-right. Screw it. Let's try it. Might work. The NSF lift stream is starting, okay? Thank you. All right, so let me just see how we're going to do the rest of this. No, if we're gonna, we need these wings here, and if we need those, we're going to need to use the wing connector type D's. But we need the strake too. Oh, okay. Okay, all right. Getting tessellated shape might just mess with the viability of the control surface. I wish you luck. So passing, I did take that into account, and I took that into account from our flight tests. If you notice, the top part of the control surface, more or less flat. The bottom part of the control surface is tilted up. These control surfaces should theoretically give us almost permanent positive pitch moment because of that. I got the idea, I was thinking about this yesterday when I re-implemented this wing surface back on the top to get the thing to work right. Yeah, that's where I got the idea. I was like, oh crap, I should just do that with my control surfaces. When I go to make them, I'll just make it so the top part of the control surface is flat relative to oncoming laminar, right? And the bottom goes up. That way Kerbal will think this one gets flow separation, right? And it'll make drag. Well, no. Kerbal works kind of in reverse. It'll do the reverse of that. It'll make the top one not generate a lot of lift, but the bottom one generate a ton of lift. And that, if we deflect that control surface up just even a little bit, the thing's gonna shoot to the moon. Hey, Rin. EJ, are you following small rocket development around the world? Polish private company Space Force recently had a test fire of its Piran 1 suborbital prototype. It has a cargo capacity of 50 kilos and runs on nitrous. I like nitrous. Not to consume. Only for the rocket engine to consume. Alright. And modified paraffin. Sadly the video they published about it is in Polish. I didn't know about Space Force, Rin, to be honest with you. Also, jak se masz? Dobry vaj. Booster lift is in progress? Which one? That one? Booter? How about side by side with KSP? How about picture in picture with KSP? Oh! Don't lie, you love whippets. No? The only thing I like using nitrous for is as an oxidizer to make bigger boom. Okay? Okay. Guys, I'm just going to go out right and say it. Super Heavy looks really cool with that hot staging ring. Yeah, there. I said it. I think that looks sick. That looks very aesthetic. You like Dawn? Yeah, you've mentioned that, dude. I love that they called it. I love that they called it Aurora Aqualux. It's a crown. It is a crown. Oh, don't talk to me about crowns. I need to get one for my stupid tooth. Booster Ascension. It is windy there. Alright. Those cloud formations, though. Stratocumulus, from what I can tell. But then again, we figured out the other day that your boy knows dick about weather. Weather guy, where are you? Weather guy! Come here and teach me about the clouds. I dare them to turn the Raptors on. That would be funny. I don't think Elon would be happy if they did that. Okay, hedonism bot. Oh yes. Come here and ignite my rocket engines. Sorry, I won't do that again. I'm just kidding. I will do that again. Are you sure you don't inhale the nitrous? Shut up. No, yeah, no, maybe, yeah, yeah. Should be good. All right. So yeah, we'll keep that in the background. My boys over at NSF. The hedonism bot voice makes my voice hurt. Yes. Alright, so this is gonna have to be like this. I'm wondering if we could get away with doing some strange stuff with the wing tessellation here. That works like this. Ooh. Ooh. Spaceballs. Oh shoot, there goes the planet. You okay? Nah. Nah, man. I'm pretty freaking far from okay. Oh, please, 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 please. Oh, that's almost it. It's almost the shape. In fact, that might even be close enough. See, the problem is we're going to have to angle this wing in if we want to get the shape that we need, and that's going to create seams, and it's not going to look right. Do you know how Spaceballs got its name? No. No, I don't. Alright, well, let's get rid of that for a second, and we will replace it with this. So, oh, hang on. The music. When the music's over. Sorry. That's actually a little loud. Hold on.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
I'm moving tabs around.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Who's that? Who's that? Schönzeit. Hammerzeit. Dankeschön.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Ein Bier bitte. Anyway, thanks.
Discovery,
Schönzeit.
go and throttle up.
I got gifted, now I gift. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
That's 5 subs. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Oh crap, where did that I-beam go? It just attached to something that's not... I just attached it to something. I don't know what I attached it to. It's gone. Nope, it's definitely attached to something. Crap. I don't know where that thing ended up. Contrary to the name, I don't speak German. Alright, right on, man. Well, thank you.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Boeing 2707... Oh, wait. Excuse me. Hold on. Boeing 2707 tipped $1. With a message that says, cancel these. Thank you. So seriously though, that I-beam, yeah, I don't know where that is. I think it may have attached to one of the engines, because the engine does have open attachment nodes. I'm sure this won't come back to bite us. Extra parts in the engines? Nah, it'll be fine. What's that rattling noise? Yep. You know, hopefully we figured out where that thing attached, or else, yeah, that's not gonna be good. It's just floating around. No, that's not it down there. I'm using these to figure out what angles I need the different parts of the control surface to be at. Well, that one's pretty straightforward. It just needs to be angled like that. Alright, so let's try to do sideways wing tessellation. I've never used these parts for tessellation before, but we seem to need to. Alright, that seems to be working. Is reducing control surface drag the main component of the drag issue needs to fix? No, it's one of a couple, RJ. Yeah, we might. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. What was the? Sorry, I skipped like 3 or 4 steps ahead in my head, dude. I have a lot of things that we need to do with drag reduction. What I don't want to do, like something that I'm hesitant to do right off the bat, is start replacing the wings that make drag, start replacing them with flags. But that might be something that we have to do, but I'm hesitant to do it. I want to try to find other ways to do it. Now, doing this is one of the ways that we can reduce drag, getting a better control surface. That's one of the ways that we can do it. And since that's a way that I have to, because I'm not leaving that there, and it's kind of the low-hanging fruit right now, So, yeah, that's why I'm doing it. How did Spaceballs get its name? How did Spaceballs get its name? Mel Brooks and his production team, Ronnie Grimm and Thomas Meehan, decided to go through the letters of the alphabet to find another word to add space to for the title. As they were doing it, Brooks spilled a drink and shouted, "Balls!" And Ronnie shouted, "Spaceballs." Nice. Balls. Alright. Well, there's the first part of that wing. Fair. Would overclocking further help you at all? Overclocking what? The Goliath and the Whiplash are overclocked at this point. Yeah, both of them are. Or they were with our flight testing. I think I've gotten to the point where we've found the proper overclock. It's just dialing back drag and figuring out the fuel tank placement along with the wing leading edge, and then obviously we need the cargo bay and the door to work and everything, but yeah. They delayed it, Xeon. Yeah, they delayed the 0.1.4 patch, dude. I wanted to play it today, but yeah. They announced the delay last week. So here I am just working on Star Raker. Just doing my damn Star Raker thing, boy. There we go. Booster lift has started, guys. Actually, these pieces are... Maybe it's just because I've been doing a lot of wing tessellation stuff. These pieces seem like they're actually easier to move. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure why, but... using these, the wing connector B versus wing connector A, seems to be very nice. Booster lift. Booster 9 looks good with the shielding. Wonder if this is the final stack. I think it is. Oh, they put rocket socks on the nozzles. Look at that. They put FOD covers on all the nozzles. That one doesn't seem to be working too well, though. Okay, now let's do the same thing on the bottom of the control surface. What's the job of the socks? It's called a FOD cover, Clayton. It basically keeps stuff out. Think of it like a screen door, but for rocket engines. Yeah, it's don't get me wrong, it's not a screen, but it does what a screen door does, like for bugs. Same idea. It's called a FOD cover, foreign object debris. Basically, anything that's not rocket, they don't want in there. I'm using the I-beams to basically guide the angle for these things. How many pots is this thing up to? A lot of coffee, Jim. Cool. How's that, dudes? Not bad. Okay. That's weird, drummer. I don't like that. Stupid questions. What are the blanket-looking things around the nozzles? Malicious? Yeah, sure, no problem. It's a FOD cover, dude. Now, it looks like some of those FOD covers are kind of broken because they're flapping in the wind. But those things, I call them rocket socks. That's actually not a phrase that I coined. That's, I think that's Das. Das said that. Oh, there we go with the lift. They're really going now. Those are usually there to prevent stuff from going in the rocket nozzle. With that being said, the ones that are just wrapped around it like a cape almost, I have no freaking idea what they're trying to do with those. Like those guys right there. I don't know. They're supposed to be like this. But it looks like the wind kind of blew those ones open. 5 years. 2018 was not 5 years. Yeah, no problem, Bola. Yeah, if you guys got questions about what they're doing, I can answer that. But I want to get Star Raker done, which is why I'm double boxing it. The future is now, old man. Don't do that, chat. Don't do that to me, okay? Rocket Sock sounds fun, but Rocket Cape is cooler. That's fair. Alright, now we gotta figure out a solution here with getting the angle correct. Okay, so that's pretty much the only place where that's going to work. Cool. Alright, move our guide back into position. And if I'm looking at this right, that's pretty much the case for the bottom wing as well. So let's... I wonder if they're ever going to paint Starship with the booster. Yeah, paint doesn't adhere to stainless steel very well, T-Man. That's why you don't see very many DeLoreans, for instance, with paint jobs on them. They're all just gray. Ad time, Mock? You want ad time? Alright, we'll take 5 here. Had time is the best time. need to make a special type of tessellated wing shape that moves like this. And then let's experiment. Let's try tessellating with 2 different wing shapes. I'm not sure if this is going to work. It might work. We'll just leave it like that, and then I'll make another one. Another one. Actually, the second one would probably be just these. When you start filling in like small areas like this is where this always gets the most difficult. I just realized what I said. Doing the control surface part of these, modeling those out is difficult. That's what I meant. That's what I'm supposed to say. Just, you know, just pretend I said that the first time. Okay? Cool. Sweet. Done. Tiny Victory just waved and asked what you're doing. I'm building the back of my airplane. So watch. I need to get rid of this piece, and then I need to get rid of that one. Copy this piece right here, and then we'll attach this piece right there. Okay? How serious do you think the August 31st attempt at a launch is? Not. It's net August 31st, no earlier than. That was for the marine traffic restriction, Wrecker, so it's probably not going to happen right then. But I think September is very, very viable. Got it? Tiny victories too. She knows airplane when she sees one. Yep. Airplane. Hell yeah. Airplane. sorry, I'm not talking very much, dudes. Tesslator mode makes really... you need to focus a lot, or else it doesn't work. Yeah, me too, Damien's. I just hope I can get this right. I'm not really liking the control surface here. I don't like that there's a big seam right there, but I really... You know what this reminds me of? UVing. Ugh. UVing. Straight up. When I see bad UVs, I get internally frustrated. Dude, tell me about it. I don't mind what we made here. It's actually pretty good. I just need to really see something. Oh, it's almost exactly the same. Makes it tough when you're doing this all in vanilla. I like the shape. Yeah, dude. Yeah, absolutely. Guys, I like the shape here, but that looks just bad. Looks horrible. Slap a flag on it? Not the worst. Let me try another thing, dudes. I don't mind the flag thing, but I'm gonna try just putting the angle as straight strakes, guys, like this. No. Did you check out the SpaceX tweet already? Epic launch photos fresh off the press. Oh, that's not a launch photo. That's a static fire. Cool. Oh, jeez, Damien's. I like that. Cool. Close enough. Yeah, you're right. It'll launch this Friday, though. It will. I've seen Keg Rocket, yeah. Jillian, yeah. Oh, you're not talking to me. Okay, never mind. Super heavy. Booster 9 is almost in position, dudes. Okay. I need to change this. Get rid of this. That needs to go there. I'm making an executive decision. My executive decision is that I might use the default strake angle here for these wings, which gives us a little less control surface, but it's less parts and it looks a lot nicer. Now, I usually don't like being like, oh, this looks better, I'm gonna do that. But sometimes, you know, we don't need something that looks like I just glued a bunch of crappy wings onto the back of this thing. And then decided that, yeah, that's it. After we made this awesome freaking fuselage shape, I'm not doing that. That would be annoying, and we're not doing it. So, this is what we're gonna have to go with. It's not exactly accurate to the real control surface angle, but it will work. Why not just use the large square wings in the correct angle? It looks terrible, Blue. Yeah, it doesn't look good. Alright, so this is gonna hurt. Ugh. Okay. You felt it? That means our roll control surfaces are just going to be one of those. What's the structural Type-C connector? 0.5 relative wing area. What about you guys? That's what I was using before, 1.16. Oy. Okay. We'll see. Fortunately, the tessellation here doesn't take very long. With these wing surfaces, it actually goes pretty fast, which is good. Alright, let's see what that looks like. Oh yeah. Much better. Much better. Don't mind that. Might have trouble fitting the control surfaces in there. What's that part welder that you mentioned? It's a mod that lets you weld parts together. So you can glue two wings together. The problem is that I don't know what the frick that thing does when you glue two wings together. Do the two wings still work the same? The reason why I'm so hesitant to get part welder, Joe, is because I don't need... I've spent the better part of a decade trying to figure out how Kerbал's aerodynamics work. I don't need a part welder changing that up on me. You know, I've used it in the past, but I'd have to undo all of my knowledge. It's basically like changing the laws of physics out from in front of me. That really, 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 really makes this harder to do. It makes it more difficult. Is that finish? Yep. This is the soundtrack from my summer car. Satana. I'm doing just fine, Centeron. How are you? I don't know why we're ending up with such a seam right there. Alright, that'll work. Just came back from the cinema. What did you see? Alright, cool. Yep. You saw Oppenheimer. Cool. Check them fittings. Let me see, T-Man. Yeah, Oppenheimer's amazing, dude. Oh, come on. Why? Is it just because the internet that we see almost every bad landing? Like, there's a video of almost every bad landing? Like, or does this happen a lot and we're just seeing it because, well, like, does... okay, all right. Scratch what I just said. Rewind 15 seconds. Anyway, are pilots getting crappier at landings, or is it just because we see all the bad landings because of the internet? Like, how often does that actually happen? How often do people bounce landings or, you know, like crunch the freaking fuselage, right? Future. and roll, kike. Speaking of reverses, the most sense you made in a long time. Yeah. Cool. You're gonna go to land this thing 95, and the nose of the shuttle's gonna come way up. Be careful. Other than that, it looks good, dude. Nice tank. If nothing is broken and you can walk away from it, it's a good landing. Everything else is bad. Yeah. I think it just might be the screen, dude. I guess you were looking at the front tessellated wings because they're at a slight upward angle. You have a lot of wings that are really far forward, dude. Your mass balance on your shuttle, I can tell it's not ideal unless you're buried in ore tanks somewhere, dude. But yeah, you're gonna go to do this, and the thing's gonna go up. You're gonna touch the wheels to the ground, and then the nose is gonna slam into the ground. Been there. Hey, Purple Pie, 62 months. Thanks, man. Yeah, maybe Aqualux. Who knows? It's going good, Bucket. What's up, dude? I'm just working on my control surfaces here. Are we still excited about KSP 2? Needs more time in the oven, man. More time. There's actually a big patch that's coming out very soon. It actually got delayed a little bit because they wanted to do it right. They wanted to make sure it was good. They found a huge thing, like a game-breaking bug, which is good. That's good because that means the QA people are doing their job. They are earning their keep. So, next time you see any QA developers around, or QA team for Kerbal 2, give them a big hug. Figuratively. Okay, now to sculpt out this bottom son of a gun. I hope these control surfaces do what I think they're going to do. Yeah, it is what it is. Somebody, there's just crappy food out there. Somebody has to eat it. It's all good. There we go. Alright, let's move that out of the way. And now move the upper part of the control surface back into position. What does it look like? Oh yeah, baby. Oh, it diverges just a smidge at the very end. That's okay. We can fix it. We can rebuild it. We have the technology. Almost there. You basically need them to come together right now. Over me. Sorry. I won't do that again. That's the bottom popping out there. Man, that's a tough shape. Hey, Super Talker. How's the space doing? Good. I think Booster 9 is finished. Okay. Wow. Yeah, okay. The day's starting to catch up to me, dudes. What time is it? 7 o'clock. Okay. Man, they stacked that thing real quick, huh? This is starting to get hard to do because this is a bunch of parts that are kind of all clipped into each other. I'm a little bit worried about these pieces right there, but oh no, not the poetry. No, 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 no. What are you going to use to actuate? Control surfaces with same vessel collision, Jim. It doesn't look too bad. Hang on one second. It doesn't look bad. I don't like this. I don't like that angle. We gotta, I gotta make it not crimp so much right there. We could probably do that by taking this and doing this. The angle here is going to really make a difference, especially when we're in flight. We just can't have it be like that steep. We ran into that same problem with the back spoiler on this thing. Well, not really the spoiler, but the end of the top wing edge. It's a great song. The song's a little weird, but it's fine. It's not weird, it's just Finnish. All right, that's good enough for a prototype. All right, cool. Musical masterpiece. Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm just gonna self-assemble that. We're gonna get rid of that. Okay. KSP2 update is next week. We identified the cause of the critical performance issue and have implemented a fix. We are verifying the changes and are currently targeting early next week. Okay. Cool. There you go. This is gonna take more time to dial this shape in, dudes. I need the edge to go up like that to get this surface to be the size that I need, or the shape that I need, excuse me. Control surface geometry really comes into play, especially when you're making it. But just a few more tweaks of this, and you know, it probably would have been a better idea, now that I'm thinking about it. Just make something that we think will work, and then actually go and sculpt out a wing. It probably would have been better to do this, because even though I'm really kind of banking on this idea of working, there's still a good possibility that it won't. And if it doesn't hold, if it can't hold the control surface, then we got a big problem. I'm sorry this is a little bit tedious, dudes, but I know the people that are here want to see it. But in case you're just popping in, you're wondering why are you sitting here? This is a gigantic freaking plane, and it needs its own control surfaces. What I'm building here is a control surface. I'm going to attach it to a robotic, and it's going to move. We're making our own, because we have to. Small control surfaces actually make this thing fly. I mean, it makes it fly, but it doesn't make it fly very good. So, if you're with me on this Tuesday, I appreciate it. I'll get this done. We're not that far off from getting this thing ready to go. Sometimes this is just the way that it has to get done, and I don't like it, but when we see this thing actually fly up in space and it's actually controllable, it'll all be worth it, I think, dudes. Just long hours of doing this over and over and over again until you get the shape that you want. I haven't really worked out a complete workflow for how to get this done right, but this is pretty damn close. Pretty damn close to getting it done as fast as we can, considering this is... It's hard to get this right. It's tough. Still a little bent right there. But that's just fiddling with the back control surface just a smidge. All right, that will work with this. Let's make this work. All right, so take this, save that, just put that there. Put those pieces there. And I'm gonna sub-assemble them just in case. So this is the Star Raker lower wing, or lower control surface, Star Raker. Star Raker upper control surface edge. All right, cool. All right, they're sub-assembled so we can mess with them again. Did we ever get into orbit? No. How's the face tooth? That's good, but yeah, weather guy, it actually is good. So what ended up happening is they, because everything was good with that, they rooted another tooth that I had previously chipped. So I got another root canal today. So brush your teeth. Show weather guy the clouds. No, I'm good. I want to get this done, dude. What's the plan today, all systems? I'm trying to make a control surface here. Let's get thermal bearings here. Get that. Keep that there. And let's do this. Alright, so this is just a guide piece, so that's to mark the control surface. What I'm going to do now is we're going to attach another cubic octag. This needs to go down the other end. Like that. So now what we're going to do is take one of my thermal bearings, copy it, Alright, hang on. Get rid of that. So that's going to be where this mounts together. And we'll work off of a node attach here with that one there, and then this one needs to be right here like that. There we go. Okay, so now what I can do is I can detach this. It's all node. It's node attached. These cubic octets are going to be the foundation for this. So the reason why I want to be able to detach the control surface is so we can. Oh God, that's how I know I'm getting tired, when my brain stops mid-sentence. The reason why I want it detachable is so I can place stuff in absolute. It's so we can just go over here like this, copy this piece. Using absolute will allow me to line everything up. Let me get the marker piece. In order to do this right, we line up the end of the cubic octag with the marker piece. That'll get us dead center. Oh look, we were pretty damn close. Nice. That's super useful. Alright. Okay, so now take this, just move this up like this, grab this control surface, take the big shuttle control surface, and now move these into position. These are going to be the control surfaces that govern where we're going to move. So that needs to be set to same vessel collision, and it needs to be set to pitch. So does this one. But we need to turn SVI on. Same vessel interaction. That's really, really important. What also is really important is that the pivot point for these wings is on the pivot point of the robotic, of that servo. Just like that. Excellent. All right. Save. Okay. Now I'm going to attach a physicsless part here to the robotics part. Right? Same vessel collision. It toggles the collision box between parts. Alright, so we can put this over here. Put that right down there. Now, what I need to do is get an RCS ball. Take that, shut off the RCS. Put one right there. And then take another one. And do the same thing on the other side. Put that thing in the hinge. I'm making my own hinges for my giant control surface. Why is that not working? That one lines up. Why doesn't the other one? There is an undo feature. It's just not good. Whatever. I think it might be because of how it attaches to that, but save this. Set the motor torque on that to nothing. There should be no motor torque. Disengaged. Just leave it. It's fine. Alright, now copy this. Okay, we got good mirror sim. And that piece isn't exactly in the right spot. That's good. Right there. It's not good at all. That's not lined up. Okay. That's fine. Alright, so now what I need to do is I probably shouldn't copy this just yet because we need something that's going to guide where these are going to go. And I was thinking about just colliding up against the wings, right? But the control surface clips too much for it to work how I want. So we're going to get a science part out. We're going to get this fluid spectrometer thingamajigger. And I'm just going to move this over here. Like that. and then to do this again. Yep, the scoop. That's right, dudes. This is going to govern the motion here of the wing. And the RCS balls with the thermometers are going to govern the axis of movement. Just like that. Okay, save. Alright, and the last thing we need to do is attach the wings to those cubic odd tags and then strut everything together, and then we should be good. So, I'll wait to attach the wings till we put the hinge in place. There we go. And we're in symmetry now. One of them, Aqualex, yeah, I think so. Alright, so to secure this on this side, we need to strut there, and then we need to strut there. That's going to hold this in position. That's fine. That will work. Save our work here. So we can get rid of these. I have copies of them right here, and we sub-assembled them. So that's the top one. Now, if we did this right, we should just be able to select local orientation right here. And with a little bit of finessing, that's in position. Oh, hi, ICPS and Vulcan first stage. Oh, hi. Take this. There we go. A couple of things that we're going to do here. I'm going to run a strut from here to there. And then in the center of this, we run a strut there. Alright, so now we go into AG1 and we start selecting the parts that we need to collide with each other. So that's that one, that one, that one, And so when we hit Action Group 1, these parts should all start jiving with each other. We'll lock that out of the gates. Motors disengaged. Alright, cool. Save. I hope they work, Joe. I hope they work, dude. It should. I don't see why it wouldn't. Let's see if that works before we start going and messing with this. I hope I got it right. What happens when it droops? The robotic is locked out coming out of the SPA chocklocks. Alright, so in the meantime here, what we'll do is I'll just put these in there for a roll control surface and we'll call it a day. Hey! Alright guys, let's save our work here, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of the prototype, get rid of this, and go Star Raker Flight Test 4. Get rid of the jig. Okay. A couple of things that we need to do. Cal controllers are physicsless, so I'm putting these here. We need 3 of them. Take these, remove it from symmetry. Air engine overclock. Rocket overclock. And then I'll keep that other one as an extra controller. Alright, cool. Oh god, you got your friend hooked on derail? Dude, did you see they added that slug? It's pretty cool. I really hope this works. We gotta start placing these struts. Got them. They look the part. Well, that's half the battle. Alright, let's start putting in the biplane struts here for the flight test. These are to hold my sandwich wing design together. So what I'm getting ready to test here, guys, is the control surface to make sure that the control surface works. My Kraken Tech control surface. I'm having doubts. I'm not going to lie to you. It might work. I hope it does. But I have a feeling this thing might not work exactly right out of the gates. Yeah, Rocket Band, this is a hard project. It's taken me all month to get this thing this far. It's been a lot of work, but worth it. I'm convinced it'll work, and it's been amazing seeing it grow. Well, I'm glad you guys like it. This is one of the harder projects we've worked on. The reason why I have to replace all the struts between flight tests, dudes, is because I don't know if these are the final positions for the struts. But they should be close to the final positions, but I don't want to have to take them apart and put them back together. And I also don't want to sit here and be like, oh, that strut was to get something to work for a flight test. That's why I'm keeping my revision, my updated file where we actually go and build the stuff, separate from my flight testing files. Are the fuel tanks and all the stuff done? Nope. That's part of the reason why I'm replacing the struts every time, 415. I don't have a good idea for what I want the fuel tanks to be just yet. But this is what we were carrying last time. We'll add more oxidizer into the design this time around, just to see. Also, he said moron. And that's very funny. More on that later. And we'll add our ballast ore tank. I usually don't like using ore tanks as ballast, but this ore tank is going to represent all the weight that's up at the front of this thing when we get the Kraken tech and everything else working, and the payload bay opening systems. There we go. Is it not an oxymoron with the use of moron? Who calling me a moron?
Discovery, go at throttle.
Joe Ho, 49-month resub. Is my chat censored, or are those actually stars? Wait, it's just unfair to copy past something this complex. I don't care. Dude, I don't care if you copy my designs. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. I do this to show people what can be done with Kerbal. I was gonna say stars. I don't see no stars. There we go. Alright, now we got to do the OC on the engines. So first of all, let's get up the AGs that we had last time. So 7 is toggle all of the Goliath engines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. 8, action group 8 is the same thing, but with the whiplash motors. The engines aren't in symmetry, guys. Yeah, we figured out a way to make them more aerodynamic on the whole thing. On the whole frame of the vehicle, and doing that made them need to be node attached, and sometimes the way I have them node attached is that every one of the engines is attached to a fairing, and the fairing is attached to an even bigger fairing, and here on its interstage nodes. That basically makes it so it's really difficult to like, you really can't do that in symmetry, so we had to manually place all of them, which sucked. Okay, all of the on-off keys are good. Now we just gotta overclock everything. Can you message it again or send me it because it was all censored? This just takes a second to get everything ready to go, because nothing is in symmetry. So Rocket Guy, we're going to try my manual control surfaces, and I just hope I'm understanding the hybrid tech as good as I think I do. The aero load on this thing is going to be pretty high. Can subassemblies be added to parts and symmetry? Yes. Tag at EJSA Rocket Band. If you don't tag at EJSA, I assume you're not talking to me. It's just easier for me to work through chat. Except for the wing pieces themselves, the control surfaces, and the hinge itself. What if you put your engines as a subassembly with the fairing? I don't know how that's going to fix my symmetry problem, but yeah, that would work. What do you mean manual control surface? Hybrid tech control surface in there, Shaw. The fairing that they're all attached to is not in symmetry, it's on the main line, Rocket. What if you did your engines the same way as you did your control surface? I don't understand. Alright, fellas, I was just telling you guys the reason why I have to do everything out of symmetry. I'm not looking for a solution for placing engines, dudes. It's all good. We're past that point. I don't need to mess with them anymore. I already spent a good amount of time getting them placed in symmetry. Don't worry about it. Straight robotics have worked well for control surface. For your Venture Star, you just use robotics. Yeah, for my Venture Star body flaps as well. That's what we did, yeah. Okay, the last thing we need to do is just put on the crappy rudders. Well, the double shuttle wing rudder. This is fine. No, seriously, that's what I've been using as a rudder for all my flight test prototypes, and it actually works really well. It doesn't look too bad. No, it really doesn't. That would definitely save us a lot of part count. Alright. I think I got everything. Oh. No, not everything. No, Kerbal's not that smart, Suis. It's not that smart, dude. What I'm gonna do is use the flags that came with one of the Kerbal DLCs, and then I'm just gonna cover it up. The game doesn't know the difference. So see how like I have the side piece? That's just a bunch of flags that are just flipped over each other. Yeah, the game doesn't know the difference. It doesn't understand that unless I tell it. Unless I tell it that whatever is in here is occluded, in which case I'd need to put it inside of a payload bay or a fairing, which we can do, and I probably will end up doing that because this thing is this thing's supposed to fly into space. So yeah, we need to. It needs to be more aerodynamic. It needs to be more pointy. It's not pointy enough. How are we supposed to instill fear into our enemies when it's not pointy enough? Whatever happened to KSP2? Hey, JYT, what's up, man? We're waiting. Let's just give it some time. Alright, dudes. What if now, stay with me, we had a big external tank to stick on the side, and then we could just let it go once it's empty? I think they tried that once. Worked okay. Alright, guys. Here we go. Hope I didn't forget any struts. Yeah, not sure where it came from. I'm not sure if it's gonna do it. It might. It's possible. It'd make so much drag and be so off-center you'd need to strap some extra solid solid rockets onto the tank. Yeah, could go solids for reliability and low cost. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. I don't do poles. Rockets, sorry. Just enjoy the show, man. Oh! Yes! Oh, that's dope! Yes! Awesome! Well, it works. Dude. All right, well, that's good progress. Oh. Now send it. I don't want it. I don't want to. It's going to come apart. Why did she come apart? I don't know, because I'm paranoid. Okay, we're at V1. Rotate. We have positive rate. Gear up. The OCs are fine, dude. Oh. We might need more struts. Yeah, I think we broke something. Well, that's gonna screw up our aero calculations, so I think a good way to test this for the first time would be to circle it around and try and land it. Throttle it back. They're fine. Like, how much deflection do we have here? Whoa. That's awesome. That's awesome. Whoa, dude, that has a lot of deflection. Oh, wow. It's strong. Dude, it's very strong. It's working. That's working just fine. I'm pissed that I forgot those struts on the back piece. It does not like that. It doesn't like that. She's built like a steakhouse, but handles like a bistro. Alright guys, in the interest of time, I was going to try to bring this thing, I was going to try to bring it around, but I'm not sure how far we're going to get with a broken spoiler. So you know what, we'll bring it around on the next flight test. That worked. That was good. That worked way better than I thought. I thought we would need to tweak it or something, but nope. Nope, seems fine to me. Part count without payload. Ignoring that completely, Rocket Guy. I don't care. This is not... Dude, Star Raker is not usable in any way, shape, or form for like a routine mission mode save. It's just too laggy. It takes forever to get into space. What are you gonna do with this thing once you get into space? Build a space station? No. We're somewhere over 1,000 parts. This is build it because you can, you know? Now one for the tail. Yeah, we're in the do this because we freaking can category right now. Here, actually, we're at 1,117 parts. Oh boy. Yeah. Tomorrow we'll do the rest of the wing leading edge. But that's, yeah, that's a good idea. Cool. It'll work. Okay. Don't have to fly it to the station. Okay. It's great music. Benji, I started my job last week. I started my job as a spacecraft engineer the other week. I started my background in orbital mechanics by playing KSP in high school. Nice, man. That's awesome, Benji. You building anything cool? I mean, I know the answer is yes. I know the answer is yes, but yeah, that's awesome, dude. You know what? It's probably better that we don't know. That's cool, Benji. Dude, I'll tell you, once upon a time, 10 years ago, I knew nothing about orbital mechanics. Now I teach it. I teach it here on Twitch. I teach people about flight trajectories, where rockets go, show people all the 6 elements of orbital mechanics, like that defines orbits and stuff, dude. But yeah, KSP does the best job visualizing it. If you want to learn how spacecraft fly, this is the game. Now I get a little bit, Benji, if you don't know me, I get a little bit nuts with this stuff. I'm trying to build, I try to take, basically I go raid NASA technical reports, or we just look at past projects that we think are cool and build them, and then try to use them. Thank you. I love KSP. I've been following you for a while. All right, right on, so you know. Let's get back to our test. This one was from the depths of crazy ideas that probably belong in KSP. That's where this one comes from. All right, let's do it. Did you add the struts? Yeah. Anyway, Benji, that's cool, man. You know, that, like, Benji, I know it was KSP with you, but dude, I've been doing this for so long, I get people that started watching me in middle school that now work in the industry. And they're like, yep, I work in the industry. I'm like, okay, you're officially smarter than I am. Well, that's good. Okay, stop that. We need Scorned back. There we go. future stolen from us is where I categorize it. I think Agolek's one of the hardest truths to swallow, being a spaceflight fan, is the straight fact that stuff like Venture Star, stuff like Star Raker, tough projects. They're doable. Like, that's the thing. They're doable. So, we want to go even further. The National Aerospace Plane, NASP, right? The Rockwell X-20, X-33, Venture Star. They're all doable. Like, they wouldn't have been any more complicated than the shuttle program, maybe except for that one. But, right, like, the shuttle program showed we could do nutso stuff. So did the Apollo program, right? Like, ugh. That's like the most annoying thing. It wasn't like, oh, this is not technically feasible. It's always been technically feasible. It's just whether you want to go do it or not. That's like one of the hard truths. It's one of the hard truths to swallow. Okay. All right. I think it's time to blow this thing, get everybody and the stuff together. I can't play that song. It'll mute the VOD, so you get this instead. Yeah, Pete, exactly. Yeah, but that's changing, Benji. That's the best part. Okay, V1. Rotate. Positive rate. Gear up. So freaking cool, dude. Look at that thing. Why is the back spoiler screwing up? Whatever. Not the engines, it's the spoiler. That whole back piece is coming up. It's delaminating. Alright. One more, dudes. One more. I did strut it, Shaw. It's probably making too much force. Crazy, right? That's how much lifting power this thing has with all those wings. It'll bend those things up. I really wish NASA found a way to invest in some SSDOs. It would be so awesome to launch something from an airport. That's what this project's all about, dude. There we go. Shouldn't move now. I saw it, Zeppelin, yeah. It's up here. Yeah, it's where the two wing sub-assemblies come together. We could do some trickery by going in here like this, right? Strut and symmetry, boom. See? Strut through the symmetry, hide it in the wing. Can't see it. See? Little trade secrets, my son. Not everything on this plane reacts well to bullets. Alright, send it again. Would you say it's a back door? No? Struts are also physicsless. You should add more. They're physicsless parts. They just hold things together. They're not actually physically simulated. Just, yeah. So, always better to add more struts. You're not going to take that much of a performance hit by adding 20 more struts to your vehicle. That's why I don't care if we strut the trash out of this. And that's why, you know, this vehicle's like 1,100 parts. It actually flies pretty good. You know why? Because it probably has about 200 to 300 struts on it, which are physicsless. So we're getting a simulation rate that's more consistent with a 900, 800 part ship. Just something to take into account. Even the hinges on the control surface, those hybrid tech control surfaces that we just made, those are all physicsless. Pete, I got your message, dude. Yes, we should. Shoot me a message in Discord, dude. If you could. If not, we'll figure out another way. Surfaces. Send it. It's doing it again. What the hell's going on up here? Oh, we might need another cross piece right there. But isn't that cool? The wings flex. EJ, you think you'll go to KSP 2 once it's fully fleshed out? I think so, Benji. But KSP 1's always going to have a place in my heart, dude. What about you? You gonna start playing too? Oh, that's excellent. So check this out. Want to see something cool? Let me activate the trim. We should be able to trim out our control surfaces. Ah, we can trim the hybrid tech control surfaces. Yes, that's so good. All right, reset the trim. Let's climb. Let's not climb. Well, that's a problem. That's what I was wondering about, dude. Trying to do something nuts when you're going really, really fast. Yeah, this thing's about to pop. Yeah, you should duck. Damn. I'm bumming, man. The game doesn't know what to do. Something came apart, and... What do you think, Rocket? Crap. Whoa! Not even mad! What an explosion! I'm a little mad. Oh, we're still alive. Well, where'd the plane go? All right. I got this. I got it. I got this. I can land it. All the freaking parts, man. That's awesome. And dunk it. Ha ha! Right when the music stops. Man. Is F3 even gonna help us? No. Can't believe that just freaking happened. Is it dead? Yeah, maybe passing. Damn it. That was so metal. Do it again. Oh, so now we have to worry about that coming apart. So what broke? I don't know. It was something with the right-hand control surface, dude. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that it... No, you know what? I'm not gonna guess. I have no freaking idea. I think a wing... I think the wing delaminated from the control surface. And sometimes when that happens, Kerbal will detect the wing breaking, and then the wing will basically disconnect and then karate chop the entire vehicle. And if it hits this thing, right? If, like, this piece comes off and then it flies down and, like, hits these pieces, those pieces will separate. And then it'll just domino affect the entire vehicle and the whole thing will come apart. And if that Kraken strike goes down the hierarchy, if it goes down the wing, up there, and then gets to one of the root parts, so, like, the fairings or something, the whole vehicle will just pop. That's why the failure happens and then the game's like, huh. Oh, look, that part collided into this part. This part collided into that part. That part collided into this part and separated it. Collided into this part, this part, this part, this part. It basically goes down the entire list, and then the whole vehicle just... Either that or we got hit by a SAM. It's one or the other. Did you test all the control surfaces and actuations while landed on the runway? We got off the runway. Don't you think that's a good indication that they're working? So I think I know what came apart here. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to put a strut up here to the wings. And then I'm going to put a strut down here that goes to the bottom wing. Like that. That will hold the wing shape back to here. And those are strutted together over there. Yeah. There's really not much else we can do other than a beefed up Kraken Tech hinge there. which might work. Alright, I also noticed that right here we were having a delaminator problem. There we go. That'll fix that. Well, Patriot missiles go for the cockpit, so it wasn't that. Okay. Hidden strut the ever-loving bejeegers out of the flaps? Yeah, something like that. That's what we're going to have to do. That's what I was afraid of with the control surfaces. But, you know, like, here's the thing. You can overstress control surfaces in real life on aircraft. That's absolutely a thing. If you know, pull up or something too much too quickly, the control surface will deflect and the thing will rip itself apart because it can't take the dynamic pressure. Pretty sure that's exactly what just happened. We were going 200 meters a second at 1,000 meters off the ground. So if anything, this is behaving like, you know, you could say, oh, Kerbal crack, it's right. If anything, that's behaving pretty much how a control surface should. AA 587. Was a regularly scheduled international passenger flight from JFK on an Airbus A300 B4605R. Flying the route, crashed in the neighborhood. Oh. What the hell happened here? The aircraft taxied behind runway 31 behind a JAL 747. Preparing for takeoff. JAL was cleared for takeoff. The tower controller cautioned 587 about potential wake turbulence proceeding from the Boeing 747. A300 was cleared for takeoff and left the runway at 9:14. About 1 minute and 40 seconds after the JAL flight, the aircraft climbed to about 500 feet and then entered a climbing left turn at a heading of 220. At 9:15, the captain made initial contact with the departure controller, informing him that the plane was 1,300 feet, climbing 5,000. Controller instructed the aircraft to climb and maintain 13,000 feet. The flight data recorder showed that the events leading to the crash began when the aircraft hit the wake turbulence from the JAL. Oh boy. In front of it at 9:15:36. In response to a new wave of turbulence, Mullen alternated between moving the rudder. In response to a new wave of turbulence, Mullen alternated between moving the rudder from right to the left and then back again in quick succession. From 9:15, causing side slip until the lateral force caused composite lugs that attached the V-stab to fail at 9:15:58. Stabilizer separated from the aircraft and fell into Jamaica Bay. The aircraft pitched downwards after the stabilizer loss. As the pilot struggled to control the aircraft, it went into a flat spin. The resulting aerodynamic load sheared off both wings from the aircraft. They fell several blocks northeast of the main wreckage site, causing minor damage to a gas station and major damage to one home and a boat. The loss of engines cut power to the flight data recorder at 9:16:01, while the CBR, using an emergency bus, cut off at 9:16, 14 seconds on impact with the ground. The last recording was the pilot saying, "What the hell are we into? We're stuck in it." With States replying, "Get out of it, get out of it." They didn't even know. There's no way. There's not an indicator that says your wing just fell off. Oh, that's brutal. Oh, that's brutal. Yeah, well, there you go. That happens. I really didn't want that real-life example, Papa Bear, but it's important nonetheless. Oof. So you can overload your control surfaces, and that will cause them to shear off, and that's exactly what you just saw. Oof. That's brutal. I guess the A300 was so old it didn't have rudder limiting. The A3, yeah. Feels oddly appropriate that the pre-roll for this channel was for mayonnaise. That's how they were trained to handle turbulence too. Just no one trained them how to handle wake turbulence, which wasn't the same. Damn, that sucks. What it's like reading about Papa Bear. You ever hear of that flight? It was a DC-10 that was on approach and it hit a microburst. It's just like, it's one of those things. It's just like, what are you gonna do? Nothing. There's nothing. You can't do it. The rudder just came off through no fault of your own. Like, well, you know what I mean. Like, it's like that. What do? You're screwed. You're like, the pilot's just like, I think we might be crashing. Yep. All right, get out of it. Get out of it. Okay. It's like they were trying to fly that thing with no wings down back to the ground, dude. That's. I mean, how the hell are you gonna know? How are you gonna know? There's no way you could tell. Like, it's not like I said. There's not like there's an indicator that says that your wings just came off. We learn all about these multiple times through training. Because you're a white Midwesterner, no? I'll take my prejudice and go sit in the corner and think about what I've done. I'm not from the Midwest, dude. My wife is. I'm from the East Coast, man. From Boston. You're a streamer from Boston. Yeah, Bill, that's what it is. It was an L1011, not a DC-10. I forget. I mean, Oculus, you're not gonna get anywhere without the frickin' V-stab. But yeah, that's interesting. All right. Alright, dudes. Here we go. Control surfaces are good. I just want to check something here. Let's just... I just want to cycle through just to confirm that it's the dynamic pressure. Okay. I'll go Star Raker. We'll see. I'm not giving it full power here. Try to replicate it, send it as you would. Shouldn't be going that fast down here anyway. second one, Rojo. Look at the control surfaces, though. Warp. Also, pro tip: early in your flying career, you followed a 737 which recorded moderate wind shear on short final in a small prop plane. Let's just say the spring steel gear got tested. I don't have time to go sifting through what you posted in my Discord, Clayton. Well, not I don't have time. I want to focus on this test, dude. What did you post and where? What channel is it in? Okay. It's going to take a second for me to go sifting around. Oh, there's a tag in the aviation channel. Is that you? Oh, yeah, it is. The one-wing landing. Oh, boy. Okay, yeah. Thank you for the tag. It makes it easier. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Is the other one done that? Nope. Popped out. Alright, let's bring her back down. I have a solution. I know how we can fix this. So what I did, guys, was I disabled that over there, so my elevators are symmetrical. They're both broken off one hinge on purpose. Hey, Rudo. Long time no see. I know a way to get that hinge to not pop out. Yeah. The hinge is just there to be able to hold this thing under crazy loads. But what's happening is because the robotic is towards the center of the wing, and there's a hinge on the other side, and those wings on the right hand, the wings on the outside here, they're at a different angle. See the angle that they're at? That's making the dynamic pressure on this control surface out here somewhere. When it deflects, these create more lift, or, well, not more, but they create more drag, and that's pulling that control surface back. That's why it doesn't pop out on that hinge, but it pops out on these. Because these control surfaces are flatter. Or not control surface, those wings are more flat. The ones on the end are more angled. So the pressure gets shifted out here when it's pitched up. Yeah, well, it's all right. What's up with KSP2? Is it getting canceled, or should I just ignore the internet? Uraldo, and this is coming from me, I know the developers. I'd like to say that, you know, that's a pretty damn good source. Anyone that says KSP2 is getting canceled has no idea what they're talking about. Unless the developers have told me some information that I don't freaking know about. Anyone that says that is an idiot. That's not true at all. Heck, it's not even that. I haven't even heard that from the developers. It's like I talked to the publisher too. Like that's absurd. Yeah, no, it's early access, man. It needs more time in the oven. That's why I'm playing KSP 1. We bide our time. KSP 1 didn't get this good in a year, in a month. It took years. 5 years, arguably, to get the game to where it is now. So, yeah, just give it some time, dude. It needs more time in the oven. Also, there's one today. That's 4 or 5 today, if I'm remembering right. 4 or 5 today. Let's say 5 over a 7-hour stream. We've gotten it down to less than 1 per hour. That's good. Although I get asked that a lot. That's why I just keep track in my head. When I started playing KSP 1, and when I picked up KSP 1 at the beginning of August and started playing it again, I was getting asked that like on average about every hour, every day, every stream. Just help. No, Rojo. The more opportunities I can engage with chat, the better. So I don't like making it a command or anything. Let the devs cook. Let them cook. Indeed. Can you at least put a counter? No. That's going to affect our analysis. You can't put a counter on a focus group like that. People are going to see it and then they're not going to ask. Don't you know anything about advertising? Are you hyped for my winter car? I'm gonna play it. No, I'm an engineer. Alright, that's fair. I have to keep the analysis then. Let me translate. I have to keep the analysis good. If I have a counter that says it, people will notice that and they'll be like, oh, he doesn't want to be asked that, and then they won't ask. And then my analysis gets thrown off. Gotta have good data. As an engineer. You should know this, Rojo. What's wrong with you? It's all about the data. Hello. It's me. Retired though. Da, 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 da. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Well, now that you've declared this, you've skewed the data. Yeah, for about the next hour. Yeah, probably. So you guys want to try this? You guys want to try to land this with broken control surfaces, or should I just go fix it and then try to send this thing? Fix it and send it. Good. That's the response I was hoping for. Hellfish. Well, Facha, see what Hellfish said? Our data. Yeah, you're right. The data is skewed. That's correct. Fix it while landing. No. No. I don't want to do that. EVA construction, do it. I'd rather fly with broken control surfaces. Ah, boy. Alright, so here's how we're going to fix this. Let's go in here. Give me another one of those exact same parts, the rotational servo. And then... So, this part is not moving, right? That's a non-moving piece. So we take the servo. We take the servo piece on the outer part of the control surfaces, and we make sure we're in symmetry because that would really help, you know, make this thing work correctly. So this servo is attached to a non-moving piece, right? We take that, put this in here like this. And because it's attached to a non-moving piece, but it is a pivotable part, yes. Disengage the motor, go here like this, grab the wing segments, and strut those wing segments. Here. Oh, no, that's not right. Strut it here. On here. There we go. There. That should fix the load problem. These shouldn't move now. Because, once again, that piece is stuck in position. And if we really wanted to get fancy, we strut the back of this thing here. So now this piece, which is going to be transferring the load, is going to transfer the pulling load right to those wings. All right. Let's see how well your boy understands Kerbal. Thanks, Frank. They look good. Vulcan, so I was watching the progress launch stream from Roscosmos, and I swear to you, I've never laughed harder at a launch than when this went across the screen. Okay, Vulcan, what do you have for me, my guy? KSP is responding. Just relax. Who has van? Who has van? Yep. Yep. That's a UAZ van. Was. Okay. Okay. That, all right. All right. Fucking. All right. Okay. Okay. Yup. SpaceX twat? Yeah, I know what I said. Deal with it. I'm tired. Ah, very nice. Yeah, that's good. Dude, look at the crown, man. Look at the crown. Stay. Oh, okay. Dude. Okay. All right. Look at this picture. Okay? Look at this picture. See the booster. That's nice. That wow, you know, that's really cool looking, right? Look at the person on the freaking road. What is this? What? It's freaking huge. Look at the vehicles. The vehicles look like toys.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yes. Oh, hey, that looks familiar. 65-month free sub. What, the trucks? No. That can't look familiar. Those trucks run. Oh, you're talking about the booster. Oh, yeah. Dude. Yeah, and they stacked it, man. We watched that today. Just got back from shooting. Why would you shoot your truck? I did see your picture. I linked chonk. Chonk. You know what? I think Super Heavy looks cool with the hot staging. I think that looks right. It looks correct. That looks like it should be there. Does that make sense? I know what's bugging you about this. The perspective with those sizes makes it look like tilt shift photography, but it's not. Dude, you're right. You're absolutely right. Oh my goodness. It's just a building. Yeah, you're right. All right, we'll get back to what we're doing. You're right. No, not radio chill. We need life race. Think that dome's gonna withstand the engines? Yep. Okay, control surface test. Wonder why that thing moves around so much. Guys, I'll link it up. Also, nice shirt. You're in the SpaceX picture. Go back and look at the green dot. Top right. That's you? Can't be you. There's no broken vehicle next to you. I'm not gonna stop. Not gonna stop. That's cool though, man. For real. Alright, let's do this. Why does that one move around so much, but that one doesn't? No, Funky, the engine startup is amazing. You're absolutely right. All right. Does she go to space? Well, I made my own control surfaces, Grav. Look. I'll have an answer for you soon. Yeah, passing, why does that cubic octet strut move around so much despite being strutted, but that one stays nice and solid? Don't know. Take it, Grab. It's a beast mode of a plane, dude. Even if, you know, it doesn't make it, we can't get it, and like I have to significantly modify the vehicle, we still made something very cool looking. I'm really, really hoping I don't, because dude, look at the business end of this thing. That's cool looking. Popped out. And we're going way faster than this. I'm not sure, Aqualex. Yeah, Benton, we're at full bore right now. You gotta see this clip in case. What is this? Okay, alright, pause this for a second. Oh, that... Dude. You guys want to see why microbursts are dangerous? That's like an inch from death. Oh my goodness. What, dude? What a save. He just goosed it. Hell no. Just freaking. Oh my god. The guy was like, nah, I'm good. I'm not today, Satan. That's what being a good pilot is all about, guys. Situational awareness. You gotta understand what the plane's doing. This guy's on his game. Look at the microburst. Takes all the lift away from the plane completely, and it stalls. Look. Dude, that is so close to death. Oh my gosh. Code Brown. Alright, I'm going to try to pitch down a little bit, see what happens. Hopefully we don't break the wings. It was, for sure, man. Dude, I don't know if Tess is here, but I have much better control of this thing at altitude. Much better than just stacking a bunch of elevons. These are way better. We just got to figure out that end piece right there. Tessa, look. I don't need to dial in a lot right here. You remember how, like, when we tried to do this before, right? We tried to do this before. The thing, I would be fighting it from pitching up. Look at just a little flick of the wrist, and this thing stays really nice and stable. Really, really easy to control it. And I think that might be, well, that's going to represent a significant performance increase up high. Hey, Sudi, thanks, man. Oh, there you go, Sawyer. Yep, exactly, passing. This means we can just spend more time accelerating. Like now, we're into the runaway. Here we go, past 375. My right control surface is separated though. Well, not separated, it's dislocated. How's that? 3 minutes, 27 seconds to 30,000 feet. That's pretty good. No, Frank, the reverse thrusters will blow up the engine. No reverse thrusters. This has all the fuel tanks and systems. It's much higher fidelity than what you've seen in the past, Ivan. But no, not everything is there, but a good majority of it is in position. What was the point of Star Raker? Build solar panels, solar panel power plants up in space, G-Funky, and then beam the solar power back down to Earth with microwaves. It was supposed to build a solar panel power plant in space. 1.7. This is what I mean, dudes. See how much the control surfaces were dragging us down? Literally dragging us down? Look at this thing now. Was the right wing in symmetry? Yeah. Perfect symmetry, MacB. Oh, dude. Let's just see what this does. I'm just gonna let it dig. We're gonna give her, and we're just gonna let it eat. Okay, we're just gonna let it eat. Oh, I see it, weather guy. Oh, I see it. Yeah, we're just gonna give her. I need a stronger hinge, but yeah. Oh yeah, no, I see it. I don't like it, but I see it. 600. Nah, Hellfish, covering that up is not going to do anything. We have Goliath Flameout. No overheat. Alright guys, let's start the dive. Hopefully that control surface doesn't delaminate right now. If it does, we're gonna die. We are pretty screwed if that thing breaks. Oh yeah, Jack. Dude, that's how much those control surfaces were screwing us. They were robbing us of performance big time. Dude, 670 Mach 2.2. This thing is freaking hauling, man. Oh man, this is fun. Come on, I'm having a good time, but dude, if that thing breaks, we're so dead. If that thing goes, we die. We die. Just like to point out, our whiplashes are producing 600 kilonewtons of thrust right now. We're past 700 Mach 2.36. I just had a bunch of the Elevon surfaces, Sparrow. I made that control surfaces. That's a hybrid tech control surface. 200%, Jaka. All right, we're dipping. How fast in like normal numbers? What's your normal unit of measurement, D's? Mach 2.5. It's hybrid tech, Mason, but the robotics aren't governing the movement. I have two control surfaces sandwiched inside of my big control surface, and those control surfaces, since control surfaces in the game have infinite amounts of torque, I have same vessel collision on the wing, and the two wing surfaces on the back are sandwiched between, yeah, I know, this is a great hand movement, sandwiched between an Elevon in there, and the Elevon is governing the movement with a hybrid tech hinge. You know, it's popping out, but I'll tell you, this is not the worst thing. Yeah, I have spectrometers that are holding the hinges together. They're sandwiching it all together. Why are we diving again? To get speed, baby. Guys, I want to point out that this thing is performing better than the one before, and we're carrying 2200 more oxidizer this time around. I'm trying to, Tessa, but we have a broken control surface, so I'm not going to send it too hard, bud. No! Stay there. We're probably carrying an extra 36 tons of oxidizer, and we're performing better than we were with the Elevon wings, or the Elevon control surfaces. How fast were we going? 778 was the fastest. Yeah, those surfaces are too fragile. No, they're fine. It's something weird with symmetry over physicsless parts. My guess is that it's probably negative scaling that's causing the problem. If I take the housing and attach it to the wing instead of on the entire subassembly, Tessa, it'll work. I'm pretty sure I understand the issue. I dipped too hard. We'll start accelerating here again in a moment. It's off of the summer car soundtrack element. Yep. There we go. What's the flame out altitude on the whiplashes? 24. I'm gonna keep it going, Loopy. We'll keep it going. Nothing like low orbit and no fuel. Indeed. I'm gonna let it do its thing, guys. Let's let it do its thing. .3. 700 meters a second. We're about a third of the way to orbit. That's right, Pogo. Come on, baby. 53 kilopascals. That's 7 psi. That's nuts for something flying. Okay, that's the fastest speed, 779. Come on. I need 1,000 meters a second out of the air breathing engines. We need 1,000. If we don't get 1,000 meters a second, I don't think we're going to be able to punch out of the atmosphere fast enough. Yeah, passing, that just goes to show you how much those control surfaces were actually slowing us down. And they handle worse than this. If we can dial in the hinge and get the hinge nice and strong, I know how to do it. Spectrometer, a spectro hinge should fix it. It might stick out of the wing a little bit. Spectro wings will absolutely make this work. I'm gonna try to level off up here. Can you add SRBs to give it a boost? Nah. Nah, I don't want to do that, Clayton. That's not faithful to the actual design. Mach 3, there it is. Not the fastest we've gone, but close.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Oh, Strider, no. I will replace the double shuttle wings with something like this. The rear spoiler needs to be redone anyway. Spoiler. The V-stab and the rudder needs to be redone. I don't like that. That's kind of a stand-in right now. Dude, this is fantastic. Oh, crap. New clip of the electron assembly line from P to Bic. Dude, that's a lot of hardware, man. No, Cosmo. No. We gotta get it above 1,000, then I'll pitch up. Dude, look at that. That's freaking sweet, man. 3.2, 947. Dude, we are still accelerating. Luby, because of that first dip, I don't know if we'll have the fuel to hold till that far. Dude, look at that thing. That looks awesome. Oh, man, it's so cool. 960. We're still accelerating. Your ship appears to be on plasma. Yeah. All right, let's try. Here we go. Come on, baby. Not good. We're keeping our foot in it. We're keeping our foot in it, baby. All right. Hit it. Not sure where this is going to take us, but we'll find out. Thrust is falling off on the Whiplash. Nice, S. All right, AP record with the rocket motors is 32. We can get above 32. We're gonna be in business here, dudes. So quiet. How will you maneuver with no atmosphere? Hopes and dreams. That's a problem for future EJ. Maneski. $35. Still got plenty of fuel left, to be honest with you. We got plenty of burn time. You use fuel a lot faster, and then you have to worry about structure second rate because the engines push so hard they break the Kerbal joints. Not going fast enough. Yeah, I got the memo. Not bad considering our control surface is broken. The right control surface is junk. Nice of it. Yeah, Joe, exactly. This was a crappy ascent, and we've still gone the fastest we've ever gone. I think leveling off at 15K, Loopy, just level off at 15K, that's the right move. That's kind of crazy, dude. 1,500 meters a second total burn with a terrible ascent. Just a little bit more, man. The drag from the control surface? No. The drag from the control surface has actually made us go better. The drag from the elevons that I had back here before screwed us. They were robbing us of a ton of aerodynamics. 1,500. All right, I want to do another test. That was a good one, dudes. That was good. Let's go back. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. I'm sorry. I want to check with a little bit better ascent profile. All of your SSTOs that have ever made orbit have been going 1,400 at 26K. Yeah, well, this ain't yo pappy's SSTO here, okay? This ain't yo old man's SSTO. We're coming up on the Mach 4 Mark II. This one will go faster. Oh no, we get to watch it fly some more. Shut up. Ian, ad time? What got you up on the side? What do you mean? The control surface decided to not do control surface things. Oh no. No. I'm not watching any races. I'm trying to think. I might need another hinge to make it strong. This sucks so good. So weird. Got that pinky there. Alright, maybe that'll do it. I got another idea. I'm gonna reverse the attachment of the struts from wing to cubic octag rather than cubic octag to wing. See if that fixes anything. Hey Ripper, what's going on, man? Alright dudes, let's go. Modify the rudder. Did I say I was going to do that today? I don't remember. What a great game. What a legendary game that is. Yeah, go ahead, Ez. Aww.
Täällä Seppo kävytään.
No, not you, not the stupid poetry guy. Screw that guy. What are they even saying? I don't know. I don't know, dude. But if I had to guess, it's like, baby, I want to sleep with you tonight. Sleep with me tonight. I bet you it's something like that, dude. Sleep with me. You know, it's probably something like that. If anybody knows Finnish, please translate. Stripe Baldur's Gate? Nope. Bree is addicted to that creation. Seriously, she's probably playing it right now. I haven't, dude. Bree's like on a serious Baldur's kick. It's ridiculous. Check him. No, I don't want him. I don't like you. You know what? You know what? You know what, dude?
Discovery, go at
You know what's gonna happen? Those are great photos. Hey, Alex, what's up, man? What did the doctor say to the rocket ship? It's time to get your booster shot. Satana perkele.
Sua pelkästään leffaan. Rakkauden haukat meille taivaalla kirkuu. Mun päästä putoruit lanteet seksiä tihkuu. Seksiä tihkuu.
Right, Pop? Dude, I hope this thing can turn. We're aiming straight at that fuel tank. Satakipine. Yeah, he looks like that. You're up. Really, Joe? Unbelievable. Song's a banger. You know what? I'm gonna translate the name of this song. The Google translation for this song, Satakipine, is 100 sparks. That should tell you everything you need to know about what that song's about. Okay, and with that being said... 100 sparks! 100 spark plugs. Yeah, AP, you like it? Berkeley. 100 Berkeleys.
Täällä Seppo kävytään.
No, no poetry. Go away. Oh, what a banger. Now this hits different when you know the lyrics, Six Shot. Lauta! This guy has such a way with words. Dude, the translation, oh, the translation to Satakipine. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. There you go. You saw it. Ed Mano, you would love that song. You would love the lyrics. Let me put it that way. Okay. Hey, yep. You know what? We need to listen to it again. Sucker Burger 100 burger. Yeah, Rip, we're gonna try. I'm starting at 7:30 a.m. tomorrow, guys, for the Israel landing. I've made this joke already, but I'm going to make it again because I'm a terrible person. I want to cover the Chandrayaan-3 landing, India's landing on the moon, with an uncrewed lander, right? I want to celebrate it, and I want to make sure that I really don't miss it. You know why? Because, you know, I missed the Luna 25 landing. And so did they. Okay. Yeah, Hellfish, probably. glasses, Wolfie. Vehicle is supersonic. Yeah, Aurora. I'm all about having fun. Start a fire on someone's airplane, maybe go to the moon, take my pants off. Anyways, I've become kind of famous for my signature catchphrase. Whammy! As in, Jebediah Kerman planting the flag. Whammy! Whammy! I'm not always like this, Aurora, I swear. I just haven't slept in a couple of days. 100 sparks. What's the weight? 400 tons right now. Drag warning. Are you saying pa? Pa! Pa! No. 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 This is what we need. They say Finnish is the language of love. It's spiking because of the control surfaces, dude. We're into the runaway thrust, dudes. Open nose to get more air into the engines. Tomek, I want to keep watching this stream. Lay off the drugs. Or at least have some of mine. It's them funny cigarettes, boss! No, Jim, not yet. But given how this thing is flying, that point is rapidly approaching. Water would not be this thing's strong suit, Dark. Do them hybrid flaps work good? Yeah. No, Elk, why would I do that? Okay. 600, Mach 2. Just gotta park it right here. KSC's right there. Going ballistic, Thursday. Go get him. Come on. Use some of that pilot stuff that you do. $700. 2.35. Slight climb initiated. It's about right, Tax. It is zero. Oh, yes. Why is it climbing so slow? Because that's what I'm telling it to do. We need to stay down here where the engines make a lot of thrust. It's a counterweight. How much is 1.5k ore? Converse, it's 3,000 kilos. 63 or 6,600 pounds. Hey, Tesla Rules had a 36-month resub. Thanks, buddy. How many sets of gear are there? 16. There's 16 large landing gear on this thing, Tax. Getting a little bit of fall off on the whiplashes. What numbers am I looking for? Cats, that number needs to be over 1,000. Thanks, Vivi. And we're gonna get over 1,000. It'll make it. $900 Mach 3. No, Huggy, I wouldn't do that. We're keeping our foot in it, chat. $950 Mach 3.2 on jet engines. Conduction is keeping the heat down, Big Pig, and then heating in KSP is pretty forgiving, dude. Come on, get 1,000. Come on, baby. We're above 1,000, Mach 3.38, just with the jets, dudes. Airplanes and stuff, man. We're getting to the point where we got to start firing the motors, Luffy. So I think I'm gonna do what we can here to pitch up and go. Fire the engines first. Alright, let's do it. We had 1025 at Mach 3.46.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Stop it. Hey, local. Don't stop resubbing. Not you. It's the control surface wobbling around. It's really, really hurting us up here. And having to correct it with the control surfaces is really screwing us over. That's tomorrow EJ's problem, Gil. Your far left, Huggy, all the control surfaces are symmetrical except for that one. That one likes to weeble wobble around. It's my custom made one. That stupid roll during ascent really screwed up our trajectory. How much energy did we lose because the thing was trying to turn left? Looks like you're gonna run out of fuel before you get to space or orbital speeds. Thanks. It's a test flight, Rip. The wing design isn't finished, Creation. You shouldn't write it off before it's not done. Sorry for being a little antsy, guys. That controls, because that dude, we lost probably good 200 to 300 meters a second delta V because the thing did this and the drag took it. That's really frustrating because that was a really good ascent. AP is above 40. Well, the idea with Star Raker, guys, is that, you know, you wouldn't need that crazy of a thermal protection system because it's so ridiculously big. When it comes back down with no fuel in it, think fairings. SpaceX's fairings on Falcon 9, it'll just come in like a streamlined butterfly. These tests with the payload are empty. It's empty. Fuel tank configuration isn't dialed in. Oxidizer configuration isn't dialed in. The ascent profile isn't dialed in. I'm doing more iterative testing at this point, and the design is evolving to get where we need it to go. That's it. $60 tons is our target payload. Not bad, dudes. Not bad. Yep. Hinge popped out. That's what killed us. The hinge popped. We would have gotten further. I'm not sure if they're gonna fit in there, Jaka, but all right. Here, last thing we're gonna do on this test here. There we go. Alright. That's what I wanted to see. Cool. Alright, guys. That's enough. I am going to stop now. I will see you guys at 7:30 for the Chandrayaan India Space Research Organization lunar landing attempt. With less sneezes. Turbo. Anyway, fun testing today. More monumental increases in efficiency there. Every time we change something on this, we go higher, further, and faster. 1500, it was where we got. So we got to dial in more fuel. I think we might need more liquid fuel too. But we still have plenty of space for fuel tanks, which is pretty crazy. I think it might just be as simple as just loading it down with a little bit more fuel. I think the thrust is there. The runaway thrust is there. Yeah, I think we're good. Yeah. So tomorrow, I'll be here for the lunar landing stuff. I'm not sure what I'll do after that. Maybe we'll just stream all day or something. I don't know. Maybe we'll play Satisfactory in the morning after the landing. But anyway, we haven't rated anybody, so let's see if anybody's out and about streaming. Thank you for watching, guys. I hope you've been enjoying Star Raker. I really do. We watched Booster 9 get stacked today. That was awesome. That's Master. Thank you for taking pictures. That's pretty sweet. What do you guys want to watch? Etal is doing his Baldur's Gate playthrough. I kind of want to watch that. Time is landing. Sometime after 8 a.m. Box of Pins. If you're here at 8 a.m., you'll be there. So let's go see what my boy Etalix is up to. He's doing Baldur's Gate. We'll go relax with that. Maybe ditch the jet engines, put in an external tank, and launch vertically with some solid rocket boosters. Bill, that's a good idea. First thing, that's a good idea. Second of all, they tried that. Worked pretty well. Third, you're not the first person to make that exact joke today. Anyway, let's raid Italics, dudes. Let's go see what he's up to with old Baldur's Gate. Go over there, post the panels up. Try not to get stabbed. You got to put the panels up. The incoming chat, the chat will try to defend. We need panels, just panels everywhere. Have a good night, everybody. I'll see you guys tomorrow, bright and early. Bright and early. Click through. Go raid him. Alex is a good streamer. It's all about the boosters, baby. And struts. Can't forget that. Anyway, guys, go see what Ed Tal's up to. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Early. Thanks for watching. Have a good night.